Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The last light of day stretched across the Mojave like liquid amber, casting long shadows that transformed the wasteland into a realm of gold and deepening blue. Heat still radiated from sun-baked earth, though the air had begun its gradual cooling, that merciful transition marking day's end in the desert. Dust motes danced in slanting rays that penetrated the weathered boards of the watchtower, creating shifting patterns across worn floorboards that had witnessed decades of vigilant observation. Ranger Thomas Hayes adjusted the worn leather strap of his helmet, easing the pressure where it had begun to dig into his weathered neck. 20 years of wearing the distinctive headgear had left permanent impressions in his skin, physical reminders of service as permanent as the memories etched into his mind. He reached for the binoculars that never strayed far from his reach, their metal casing warm from resting in the last patch of sunlight that illuminated his observation post. The settlement of Dogwood Creek spread below his position, or what remained of it, once a promising outpost on the eastern reaches of NCR influence. The town now stood as a testament to fading dreams and stubborn persistence. Perhaps 36 buildings remained partially intact, their sun-bleached wooden facades and corrugated metal rooftops, creating a patchwork landscape of human habitation amid the unforgiving desert. Only 8 structures showed signs of current occupation, thin wisps of cooking smoke rising from improvised chimneys, carefully patched windows covered with translucent Brahmin hide rather than precious glass. Small gardens desperately nurturing stubborn crops in soil that seemed determined to reject them. Hayes scanned the horizon methodically, the practiced movement so ingrained that it required no conscious thought. East quadrant first, following the broken remnants of the old highway where it disappeared into distant hills. South, across the dry creek bed that had given the settlement its optimistic name, though no water had flowed there in living memory, except during the fiercest of rainstorms. West along the trading route that once brought regular caravans, but now saw travelers perhaps once a month. North toward the rocky ridgeline that provided the settlement's only natural defensive feature, creating a protective backdrop against which the town had originally established itself. 17 people remained in Dogwood Creek. Hayes knew each by name, face, and story. Once there had been over 200, a vibrant trading post with aspirations of becoming a proper township, complete with a small garrison of troopers and an administrative office that processed taxation and citizenship documentation. The town had boasted a schoolhouse, a medical clinic staffed by a trained physician, even a small manufacturing facility that processed local materials into useful goods for export back toward the Republic's core territories. Now there was only dust, memory, and 17 souls who couldn't or wouldn't leave. The wooden steps of the watchtower creaked with approaching footsteps, the sound distinctive enough that Hayes identified the visitor before she appeared. "Evening, Ranger Hayes," Sarah Miller called as she reached the platform, her voice carrying the gentle rasp that had developed over recent years, a consequence of the dust storms that had grown more frequent as weather patterns shifted across the Mojave. She carried a small covered dish that released wisps of fragrant steam into the cooling air. Thought you might appreciate something warm. Managed to get those potatoes from the Wilson family plot harvested before they withered completely. Hayes turned from his observation, acknowledging her with a nod that conveyed more gratitude than his naturally reserved expression might suggest. At 62, Sarah was the unofficial leader of Dogwood's remaining residents, a position earned through practical wisdom rather than any formal election. Her once auburn hair had faded to streaks of copper amid dominant silver, pulled back in a practical braid that hadn't changed its style in the 23 years Hayes had known her. "Appreciate it, Sarah," he replied, accepting the offered meal with careful hands that belied their strength. "Weather holding clear enough for the crops?" "Clear enough, but dry as ever." She moved to stand beside him at the railing, her gaze following his previous scan across the surrounding territory. "Marcus managed to patch the irrigation line again, but the well's drawing lower than last season. Might be time to consider deepening it before we lose pressure entirely." Hayes nodded, knowing the suggestion contained layers of meaning beyond simple infrastructure maintenance. Deepening the well represented commitment to remaining, investment in a future here rather than abandonment. It meant tools, labor, and resources dedicated to Dogwood Creek, rather than evacuation or relocation. Each such decision carried weightier significance as the settlement's population dwindled and the NCR's presence throughout the region grew increasingly tenuous. "I can help with the mechanical aspects," he offered after a thoughtful pause. "The old pump system should function with proper maintenance, if Marcus still has those replacement parts we salvaged from the Carson property." Their conversation exemplified the practical focus that defined relationships in the wastelands' twilight settlements. Discussions of resources, maintenance, and survival interwoven with the unspoken emotional currents that bound remaining residents together. Hayes took a bite of the offered meal, the simple flavors carrying a satisfaction born of genuine scarcity rather than culinary sophistication. In Dogwood Creek, every meal represented triumph against the wasteland's fundamental hostility to human thriving. "Tyler's been asking about patrol schedules again," Sarah mentioned after comfortable silence had stretched between them. "Boy's convinced he's ready to stand watch alongside you, 16 years old and certain he's discovered his calling." Hayes allowed himself a small smile, barely visible beneath the shadow of his ranger hat. Noticed him practicing his draw with that old 0.32 pistol. Form's improving, though his trigger discipline still needs work. Sarah's expression revealed complex emotions. Pride in the boy's determination, shadowed by the maternal concern that never diminished, regardless of how the world had changed. "He idolizes you, you know. Waits up some nights just to watch you make your rounds. Imagines himself wearing ranger gear someday." The unspoken question lingered between them. What future awaited a boy whose dreams centered on an organization that barely maintained contact with its distant outposts? The NCR Rangers remained legendary throughout the Mojave, but their numbers had thinned as resources concentrated around more strategic assets. Hayes represented not just protection, but a connection to something larger than their isolated struggle, a reminder that civilization persisted beyond their hardscrabble existence. "I'll take him on a perimeter walk tomorrow," Hayes decided. "Could use an extra set of eyes checking the southern sensor line. Might be good for him to understand the practical aspects of security work before romanticizing the uniform too thoroughly." Sarah acknowledged this with a grateful nod, recognizing the wisdom in Hayes' approach. Better for Tyler to learn the tedious reality of vigilance than maintain unrealistic visions of ranger glory. The boy needed practical skills, regardless of what path eventually opened before him. whether in Dogwood Creek's uncertain future or somewhere beyond its fading boundaries. As twilight deepened toward true darkness, Sarah departed with a simple gesture of farewell, communication streamlined by years of shared experience. Hayes returned to his vigilant observation, activating the small lantern that provided minimal illumination without compromising his night vision. The settlement below gradually transformed as individual lanterns illuminated scattered windows, creating constellations of human persistence amid the gathering darkness. The rituals of evening unfolded below, shadowy figures moving between buildings on final errands before full night claimed the wasteland. The communal water pump operating one last time as residents secured their daily reserves, children being called inside, with familiar names carrying clearly through the still desert air. Hayes observed it all with the careful attention of someone who understood that proper protection required knowing not just threats, but patterns, the normal rhythms against which anomalies might be identified. Hayes completed his sunset observation protocol, recording notable details in the journal he maintained with disciplined consistency despite the decreasing likelihood that anyone would ever review his reports. 23 years of such journals filled a footlocker in his small quarters, a chronological record of Dogwood Creek's gradual decline documented in precise, efficient language. The NCR had officially designated the settlement non-strategic 15 years earlier, withdrawing military personnel except for Hayes himself, who had remained behind citing special assignment in documentation that had likely been filed away and forgotten in some administrative office hundreds of miles westward. The truth was simultaneously simpler and more complex. He had promised, as night claimed the wasteland. Hayes adjusted his equipment for darkness operations, checking the charge on his modified brush gun with its night optics, verifying that his sidearm moved smoothly in its holster, ensuring his water supply remained adequate for overnight vigilance. The familiar weight of his Ranger armor distributed comfortably across his frame, maintained in operational condition through careful daily attention despite its age and the scarcity of proper replacement component. The first stars appeared overhead, their ancient light undiminished by humanity's nuclear reshaping of the world below. Hayes identified constellations with the automatic recognition of someone who had used them for navigation throughout decades of wasteland service. Their patterns remained constant while everything else changed. Settlements rose and fell, nations expanded and contracted, people lived and died beneath their distant illumination. Movement along the western approach caught Hayes's attention, a subtle disturbance against the darkened landscape that triggered immediate alertness. He raised his binoculars, adjusting the night vision enhancement to better identify the approaching figures. 3 individuals moving with the cautious advance of those evaluating potential opportunity rather than approaching a known destination. Their equipment profiles suggested scavengers rather than traders. Improvised armor, salvaged weapons, the absence of pack Brahmin or trade goods. Hayes observed their approach without immediate action. Experience had taught the value of assessment before engagement, understanding intentions before revealing defensive capability. Many potential confrontations dissolved naturally when uncertain aggressors recognized prepared positions, particularly those potentially housing NCR personnel. The Ranger uniform carried weight beyond the man who wore it, the symbolic authority of a nation that, despite its retreating borders, still represented the most organized military force in the region. The scavengers paused approximately half a kilometer from the settlement's outer buildings, their body language confirming Hayes's initial assessment as they gestured toward the scattered structures and engaged in discussion visible even at distance. One pointed toward the watchtower, clearly noting Hayes's position despite his minimal illumination. Another shook his head in apparent disagreement about whatever course of action they were considering. Hayes calculated options with the practiced efficiency of a veteran ranger. The settlement's defensive capabilities remained minimal, motion sensors providing early warning, a few strategic fighting positions established among the buildings, whatever small arms the residents maintained. Against determined attackers, these measures would provide delay rather than prevention. True security rested in making aggression appear costlier than potential gain. He reached for the signal lantern position for precisely such circumstances, activating its distinct blue illumination that identified official NCR presence. The light would be clearly visible to the watching scavengers, its specific color chosen to communicate not just occupation, but formal military presence. Hayes then stood fully upright, deliberately silhouetting himself against the night sky, ranger hat and armor creating the distinctive profile recognized throughout the Mojave. The effectiveness of this simple demonstration became immediately apparent. The scavengers' discussion intensified briefly before they began a gradual withdrawal, maintaining observation of the settlement while increasing distance rather than continuing their approach. Their behavior suggested opportunists rather than dedicated raiders. Individuals seeking vulnerable targets rather than committing to conflict with potentially official NCR position. Hayes maintained his visible position until the scavengers had retreated beyond effective observation range, their figures disappearing into the darkness from which they had emerged. Only then did he extinguish the blue signal light, returning the watchtower to its minimal illumination profile. The entire incident had transpired without a shot fired or alarm raised, the settlement's remaining residents continuing their evening activities below, unaware of the potential threat that had assessed and then abandoned its interest. Such invisible protection formed the core of Hayes's continued presence in Dogwood Creek. While residents recognized his general security function, few understood how frequently such subtle interventions occurred, potential aggressors deterred by the simple knowledge of ranger presence, opportunistic threats redirected toward less protected targets, the careful maintenance of a defensive reputation that extended beyond actual capability. As full night settled across the wasteland, Hayes began his first perimeter circuit, a methodical patrol route that would take him around the settlement's boundaries before returning to the watchtower. He moved with the quiet efficiency that had become second nature through decades of ranger service, his footsteps nearly silent despite the distinctive armor, his attention constantly scanning for anomalies or potential concerns. The settlement's boundaries had contracted over the years, defensive perimeters drawn progressively inward as population declined and outlying structures were abandoned to the elements. What had once been a sprawling community now existed as a concentrated core of maintained buildings, surrounded by the skeletal remains of ambitious expansion. Hayes' patrol route reflected this contraction, focusing on protecting what remained rather than attempting to secure territory that no longer served human needs. Near the southern boundary, he paused to verify one of the motion sensors that formed the settlement's early warning network. The device, salvaged from a pre-war military installation and carefully maintained despite the scarcity of proper components, remained operational, its small indicator light confirming active status. Hayes made a mental note to replace its power cell within the next week, ensuring continuous function through the coming month. As he continued his circuit, the familiar landscape of Dogwood Creek revealed itself through darkness, features so ingrained in his awareness that no illumination was required to navigate its boundaries. Each building, abandoned or occupied, represented a known quantity in his mental map. Each approach vector had been evaluated for defensive considerations, potential cover and concealment catalogued with professional thoroughness, lines of sight established and maintained through selective clearing of vegetation or debris. Completing his perimeter check, Hayes approached one of the occupied dwellings where a single lantern still illuminated a ground floor window despite the late hour. Through the translucent covering, he could discern a small figure seated at a table, young Tyler Miller, engaged in what appeared to be writing or drawing rather than preparing for sleep. Hayes allowed himself a brief moment of observation, recognizing in the boy's midnight dedication echoes of his own youthful determination. Before continuing toward the watchtower, Hayes noticed a small object placed on a crate near the building's entrance. A carefully wrapped package, positioned where it would be easily visible to someone passing on patrol. He recognized the gesture immediately, having discovered similar offerings periodically throughout recent months. Unwrapping the simple cloth revealed a handful of carefully preserved honey mesquite pods, a sweet natural treat rarely found in cultivated gardens, requiring foraging in the surrounding wasteland. Hayes accepted the gift with the solemn appreciation it deserved, understanding that for a 16-year-old boy in Dogwood Creek, such offerings represented significant investment of time and risk. The gesture conveyed more than adolescent admiration. It acknowledged the ranger's protection in one of the few ways available to someone with limited resources. He placed the pods in a pocket of his armor, ensuring they would remain secure until he could properly store them in his quarters. Returning to the watchtower, Hayes resumed his vigilant observation position as midnight approached. The settlement had fallen into the deeper silence of true night, only occasional sounds breaking the desert stillness. A Brahmin's low vocalization from the communal pen, the distant call of a night stalker somewhere beyond the perimeter, the subtle creaking of weathered buildings accommodating the temperature drop that defined desert evenings. Hours passed in practiced vigilance, Hayes's attention never wavering despite the uneventful darkness. Ranger training had instilled the discipline required for sustained observation without distraction, the capacity to remain alert through seemingly endless periods of inactivity, recognizing that threats often materialize precisely when complacency began to develop. The deepest hours of night brought the most profound silence to Dogwood Creek, that peculiar quality of stillness unique to small settlements after all human activity had ceased. Hayes found a certain peace in these hours, a clarity undisturbed by conversation or movement, allowing contemplation that daily interactions might otherwise prevent. During such periods, he often considered the nature of his continued presence in a settlement that the NCR had effectively abandoned. His official assignment had concluded 15 years ago with the NCR's strategic withdrawal from non-essential outposts. The Rangers had offered him reassignment to more active territories, positions where his experience would serve ongoing operations, rather than watching over a settlement officially designated as voluntary self-governance, pending potential reintegration. Hayes had accepted the reassignment on paper while requesting temporary extension to facilitate transition of security protocols to local authorities. That temporary extension had never officially ended. Subsequent administrative turnover and the increasing challenges along the NCR's contracting borders had resulted in his status existing in bureaucratic limbo. He continued submitting periodic reports through increasingly infrequent courier connections, maintained his ranger equipment through careful conservation of resources, and received occasional supply packages clearly sent through individual initiative rather than official channels. The practical reality remained simple beneath these administrative complexities. Hayes stayed because leaving would mean the end of Dogwood Creek. Without ranger presence, the settlement would have succumbed years ago to the wasteland's relentless pressures. Raider bands, desperate scavengers, or simply the gradual attrition of resources without the protection necessary to secure them. The 17 remaining residents continued their improbable existence because one man in a ranger uniform stood between them and the wasteland's unforgiving nature. Pre-dawn brought subtle shifts in the quality of darkness, stars gradually fading as the eastern horizon prepared for sunrise. Hayes conducted his second full perimeter check during this transition period, experience having taught that the final hours of night often brought renewed activity from nocturnal threats making final attempts before daylight forced retreat. The settlement remained secure, no indications of disturbance or approach during his vigilant watch. Hayes noted with approval that the sensors remained operational, defensive positioning uncompromised, resident dwellings showing normal overnight patterns. These observations would join thousands of similar entries in his daily log, the mundane documentation of continued survival that represented success in the unforgiving Mojave. Sunrise arrived with the stunning transition characteristic of desert environments, darkness yielding to brilliant illumination as the sun breached the eastern horizon with almost explosive suddenness. The settlement transformed beneath this changing light, weathered structures gaining definition and color after hours, as mere silhouettes against the night sky. Hayes watched this daily renewal from his elevated position, witnessing the gradual emergence of human activity as residents began their morning routines. The water pump activated first, Marcus Wilson beginning the daily process of filling community containers while the air remained cool. Smoke appeared from several chimneys as morning meals were prepared, the precious fuel carefully measured for efficient use. Children emerged to complete assigned tasks before the day's heat would make work increasingly challenging, gathering eggs from the community's small flock of mutated chickens, checking planted areas for signs of distress or infestation, distributing water rations to each household. Sarah Miller appeared in her doorway, surveying the settlement with the practiced assessment of someone responsible for its continued function. Her gaze eventually turned upward, locating Hayes in his observation position and acknowledging him with a simple raised hand. Confirmation that night had passed without incident, that another day of persistence could proceed. Hayes returned the gesture with equal simplicity, their communication requiring no elaborate exchange after years of shared experience. As the settlement fully awakened beneath the strengthening sunlight, Hayes prepared for the shift change that existed only in formal protocol rather than practical reality. He documented the night's events in his log with precise efficiency, noted the scavenger approach and withdrawal, recorded sensor status and perimeter condition, detailed the weather conditions and visibility factors that had defined his watch. Though no one would review these entries with any regularity, the discipline of their maintenance represented continuation of ranger protocols that provided structure to his ongoing mission. Young Tyler Miller appeared at the base of the watchtower just as Hayes completed his morning documentation, the boy's eager expression visible even from the elevated position. He carried a small pack and wore a carefully maintained leather vest that approximated uniform styling despite its civilian origins. The promised perimeter walk clearly held significance beyond simple security training, a rare opportunity to experience ranger duties firsthand rather than through distant observation. Hayes descended the watchtower with measured steps, his movement betraying none of the stiffness that occasionally troubled joints tested by decades of wasteland service and nights of vigilant observation. He approached the waiting boy with professional demeanor, offering neither the indulgent smile of an elder nor the dismissive assessment some might direct toward youthful enthusiasm. Morning patrol requires full attention, Hayes stated simply. We'll check the southern sensor line, verify perimeter integrity, and assess approach vectors for recent activity. Standard Ranger protocol maintains observation discipline throughout the circuit. Conversation minimized, environment prioritized. Tyler nodded with immediate seriousness, his posture straightening unconsciously in response to Hayes' professional tone. Yes, sir. Full attention, minimal conversation, environment prioritized. Hayes acknowledged this with a slight nod before turning toward their patrol route, setting a measured pace that the boy could maintain without difficulty. They proceeded in appropriate silence, Tyler matching his movements with careful attention, walking where Hayes walked, pausing when Hayes paused, observing what Hayes indicated through subtle gestures rather than verbal instruction. The southern boundary revealed normal conditions, undisturbed terrain showing no evidence of approach since the previous day's patrol, sensors remaining operational with adequate power reserves, defensive positions uncompromised by weather or wildlife interference. Hayes demonstrated proper inspection techniques at each checkpoint, allowing Tyler to observe professional assessment without unnecessary explanation that might distract from the practical demonstration. As they completed the southern circuit and began moving toward the eastern boundary, Hayes broke the established silence with measured purpose. "What do you observe about the terrain approaching from the southeast?" Tyler considered the indicated landscape with genuine concentration before responding, clearly determined to provide thoughtful assessment rather than hasty answer. Natural channel formation created by water erosion, though currently dry, provides concealed approach to within 300 meters of settlement boundary. Elevated position to the northeast offers overlook advantage for defensive coverage. Hayes nodded with subtle approval. Correct. Natural features present both vulnerability and opportunity, essential to understand both aspects when establishing security protocols. He paused briefly before continuing their patrol, adding, "Your observation skills show development. Continuous practice improves perception beyond natural ability." This modest acknowledgement brought visible satisfaction to Tyler's expression, though the boy maintained appropriate patrol discipline rather than responding verbally. His continued attention to Hayes's movements and methods demonstrated the serious purpose behind his interest. Not merely adolescent fascination with the ranger mystique, but genuine desire to develop practical security capabilities. Their patrol continued through the morning hours, completing a thorough assessment of Dogwood Creek's perimeter with professional thoroughness. Hayes interspersed the practical work with occasional instructional observations, pointing out how certain vegetation changes might indicate human passage, demonstrating tracking techniques for identifying different wasteland creatures, explaining the positioning principles behind sensor placement along likely approach vectors. As they returned toward the settlement's central area, the day's heat having built to typical Mojave intensity, Hayes finally addressed the unspoken question that had surely occupied Tyler's thoughts throughout their shared patrol. The ranger path requires more than observation skills and tactical knowledge, requires commitment to principles beyond self-interest. Protection of others becomes primary mission, personal concerns secondary. Difficult standard to maintain without organizational support. Tyler absorbed this with thoughtful consideration, recognizing the underlying message. That ranger identity transcended the uniform or equipment, residing instead in purpose maintained despite circumstances. "Is that why you stayed? Because of principles?" Hayes allowed a momentary silence before responding, acknowledging the directness of the question with appropriate seriousness. "Stayed because leaving would have consequences for people who couldn't protect themselves. Simple calculation. My presence prevents greater suffering. Basic ranger assessment." This explanation, stripped of dramatic heroism or sentimental justification, seemed to satisfy Tyler more than any elaborate reasoning might have. The practical honesty aligned with the boy's developing understanding of wasteland reality, that survival depended on straightforward evaluation of capabilities and needs, rather than idealistic aspiration. As they reached the settlement center, activity continued around them. Residents engaged in the various tasks that maintained their tenuous existence in the unforgiving environment. Gardens were being tended despite the heat, maintenance conducted on vital equipment, community resources managed with the careful conservation that scarcity demanded. Each person contributed according to capability, the settlement functioning as integrated system rather than collection of individuals, necessary cooperation that made continued survival possible. "Honey, where you?" Sarah Miller approached as they completed their patrol circuit, her expression carrying the complex mixture of maternal concern and community leadership that defined her role in Dogwood Creek. "Productive walk? Learn anything useful, Tyler?" The boy nodded with genuine enthusiasm tempered by newly reinforced discipline. "Yes, ma'am." Ranger Hayes showed proper perimeter assessment techniques and sensor maintenance protocols. "Still need practice with track identification, but fundamentals established. Good skills to develop," Sarah acknowledged with approval. "Marcus could use help checking the eastern waterline this afternoon if you're willing. Practical application of observation training, looking for subsurface moisture indicators that might suggest leakage." Tyler accepted this assignment with appropriate seriousness, recognizing the connection between his security interests and the settlement's practical needs. He offered respectful farewell to Hayes before departing toward the community workshop, where Marcus would be preparing for the maintenance task. Sarah watched him go with the measured pride of someone who had raised a child in circumstances that offered limited future prospects, yet had somehow maintained hope despite practical limitations. He'll make something of himself, with or without NCR opportunity. Has the determination to find purpose regardless of circumstances. Hayes nodded agreement, having recognized the same quality during their shared patrol. Adapts well to instruction. Observes before concluding. Valuable traits regardless of path. Their conversation paused as Hayes' attention shifted briefly toward the western horizon, where dust patterns suggested distant movement, likely a small caravan approaching along the trade route that still occasionally brought visitors to Dogwood Creek. Such arrivals represented both opportunity and potential concern, requiring preparation before they reached settlement boundaries. "I'll establish verification point near the western approach," Hayes noted, already mentally adjusting his schedule to accommodate this development. "Likely traders based on movement pattern and timing, but standard protocols warrant confirmation before entry." Sarah acknowledged this with practiced acceptance of security routines that had defined settlement life for decades. "I'll inform residents to prepare potential trade goods but maintain normal activity patterns. Standard procedure until verification complete." Hayes departed toward his quarters to retrieve specific equipment for caravan verification. Signal flags that would establish communication protocols at appropriate distance, identification guides for recognized trading companies, the modified binoculars that provided enhanced assessment capability for approaching groups. The measured preparation reflected the balance that defined his continuing service. Neither excessive reaction that might discourage legitimate visitors, nor casual acceptance that could permit potential threats. As he gathered the necessary items, Hayes paused briefly to secure the honey mesquite pods Tyler had left as offering, storing them carefully among his modest personal possessions. The simple gift joined others he had preserved over years, small tokens representing connection to the community he had continued protecting long after official assignment had concluded. Each item carried significance beyond its practical value, physical reminders of purpose maintained through decades of service. The afternoon sun cast harsh light across Dogwood Creek as Hayes established position at the western verification point, a small shelter constructed specifically for monitoring the primary approach route while providing shade for extended observation. From this position, he could clearly observe the approaching caravan, while remaining sufficiently distant to respond appropriately if assessment revealed concerns rather than opportunity. Through enhanced optics, the distant caravan resolved into clearer detail: 2 Brahmin pulling loaded carts, 5 personnel walking in standard protection formation, equipment profiles consistent with legitimate traders rather than disguised raiders. Their movement maintained the steady pace of those accustomed to wasteland travel, neither the hesitant progress of inexperienced travelers nor the aggressive approach of hostile intent. Hayes recognized the lead figure as the caravan proceeded closer: Catherine Weathers, who operated one of the independent trading operations that occasionally visited settlements deemed too small for major company investment. Her routes typically connected scattered communities throughout the eastern Mojave, transporting goods between locations that larger caravans considered economically unviable. Her arrival represented welcome opportunity for Dogwood Creek, chance to trade accumulated materials for supplies otherwise unavailable without much longer journeys. He raised the appropriate signal flags, indicating recognized trader status, establishing the communication protocol that would guide the caravan's final approach to settlement boundaries. Catherine acknowledged with her own corresponding signals, confirmation of peaceful intent and request for standard trading arrangement. The procedural exchange completed with practiced efficiency, Hayes secured his observation position before proceeding toward the settlement to convey verification results. Residents had already begun preliminary preparations upon noticing the distant approach, gathering potential trade goods, organizing community resources that might be exchanged, preparing modest hospitality appropriate for travelers who represented valuable connection to the wider wasteland. The arrival of legitimate traders generated measured enthusiasm throughout Dogwood Creek, welcome interruption to routine that brought both material opportunity and news from territories beyond their limited horizon. Hayes provided concise briefing to Sarah and other resident representatives, confirming the caravan's identity and estimated arrival timing. Catherine Weathers' operation, approaching from the west, 5 personnel, 2 Brahmin, standard equipment profile, estimated arrival within 30 minutes at current pace. Verification complete, recommend standard trading protocols. The settlement activated established procedures for receiving traders, designated meeting area prepared near the western edge, appropriate security measures implemented without appearing unwelcoming, community representatives selected to manage collective bargaining rather than individual transactions that might undermine community interests. Hayes would maintain overwatch rather than direct involvement, ensuring security while allowing resident leadership to manage trade negotiations according to settlement needs. As the caravan reached Dogwood Creek's boundaries, Catherine Weathers raised a hand in greeting toward Hayes' position, acknowledgement between wasteland professionals who understood respective roles without requiring elaboration. Her expression carried recognition beyond mere trading relationship, awareness that the continued existence of settlements like Dogwood Creek depended significantly on the ranger presence she encountered with decreasing frequency throughout her routes. The caravan's arrival brought controlled activity to the settlement. Brahmin directed to appropriate resting areas, trade goods displayed with practical organization rather than merchant theatrics, residents gathering to examine offerings while presenting their own materials for potential exchange. Conversation flowed with the measured enthusiasm of people who understood the value of external contact while maintaining appropriate reservation. Information exchanged alongside goods, news from distant territories shared, with those who received little regular communication from beyond their boundaries. Hayes maintained vigilant observation throughout this activity, positions selected to provide comprehensive coverage without direct interference in trading processes. His presence represented security assurance for both settlement residents and visiting traders, the stability that allowed economic interaction to proceed without the defensive tensions that might otherwise dominate wasteland exchanges. Though he remained physically separated from the main activity, occasional glances from both residents and visitors acknowledged his function, the foundation upon which their temporary marketplace existed. As evening approached and trading activity concluded with the satisfaction of mutually beneficial exchange, Hayes conducted final perimeter check before night watch began. The traders would remain overnight, departing with morning light after necessary rest. Standard arrangement that acknowledged the impracticality of wasteland travel after darkness. Their presence created adjusted security parameters requiring additional attention, though Catherine's operation had demonstrated reliability through multiple previous visits. The watchtower provided clear observation of the settlement as twilight gathered, transforming Dogwood Creek once again into gradually darkening landscape of lengthening shadows and subdued colors. Cooking fires illuminated scattered locations where residents prepared evening meals, supplemented now by modest additions from successful trading, perhaps small luxuries normally unavailable, carefully rationed to extend their enjoyment through coming weeks. From this elevated perspective, Hayes observed young Tyler engaged in animated conversation with one of the caravan guards, the boy's expression showing intense interest as the more experienced traveler demonstrated features of a weathered service rifle. The interaction represented valuable knowledge transfer beyond what Dogwood Creek alone could provide, practical education through external contact that might otherwise remain unavailable in their isolated circumstances. As full darkness settled across the wasteland and Dogwood Creek transitioned toward night routine, Hayes continued his vigilant observation with unchanged dedication. The settlement he protected remained precarious in its existence, 17 souls persisting through determination and shared purpose, where hundreds had once envisioned prosperous future. Its continued survival represented unlikely defiance against the wasteland's fundamental hostility, maintained through countless nights of protection that prevented the final decline that had claimed so many similar communities. The stars emerged overhead in familiar patterns, ancient light following eternal paths, unaffected by human circumstance below. Hayes identified constellations with automatic recognition, developed through decades of night watches, their presence offering orientation both physical and philosophical. Beneath their distant illumination, he would maintain his self-assigned post through another night, the last ranger of Dogwood Creek, standing watch over those who remained because he had promised to protect them. Somewhere beyond Dogwood Creek's boundaries, across vast stretches of the Mojave wasteland, another settlement prepared for night. In the ruins of what had once been a thriving NCR trading post, a caravan of determined scholars made camp among crumbling buildings. As the last light faded, they unpacked precious instruments and ancient books, historians seeking fragments of knowledge from the ashes of shady sands. While our Lone Ranger maintains his vigilant watch over Dogwood Creek, our next tale beckons from the dust-covered fragments of the NCR's birthplace. Join us for Ashes of Shady Sands. Morning light crept across the Mojave in gentle increments, transforming the harsh wasteland into a realm of soft gold and lingering shadow. The sun's earliest rays caught dust particles suspended in the still air, creating shimmering veils that danced above the broken landscape. Temperature rose with measured patience, the day's inevitable heat approaching with the unhurried certainty that defined desert rhythms. Historian Elena Mendoza adjusted the faded NCR cap that protected her eyes from the strengthening sunlight, its once proud insignia now barely discernible after decades of exposure to wasteland elements. The cap represented more than practical headgear. It was artifact and symbol, connecting her to the organization whose history she had dedicated her life to preserving. Her fingers traced the embroidered two-headed bear with reverent familiarity before returning to the weathered journal open across her knees. Entry 47, Expedition to Shady Sands, she wrote in careful script, each letter formed with deliberate precision despite the uneven surface beneath her improvised desk. Dawn departure, 6th attempt to access primary administrative district. Previous expeditions limited to peripheral zones due to radiation and structural concerns. Atmospheric readings suggest decreased particle count following seasonal wind patterns. Potential window of opportunity for archive building access. The expedition camp stirred around her as morning light strengthened. 4 additional figures emerging from simple tents arranged in defensive circle formation. Standard wasteland precautions maintained even by scholarly personnel who understood survival requirements regardless of academic focus. Cooking fire rekindled from banked embers, morning rations distributed with the careful conservation that wasteland travel demanded, equipment checked with methodical thoroughness before packing. Sergeant Morris Winters secured the perimeter with practiced efficiency, his NCR patrol armor maintained in operational condition despite its age and the scarcity of proper replacement components. Unlike the scholars he protected, Winters represented practical security rather than historical preservation. A 20-year veteran of NCR military service, assigned to Expedition Protection Detail, his weathered features reflected decades under wasteland sun, eyes constantly scanning horizons for potential threats. With the automatic vigilance long service had ingrained beyond conscious thought. Readings holding stable, Professor, he reported, approaching Elena's position with radiation meter in hand. Background levels within acceptable parameters for limited exposure. Still recommend standard protection protocols and monitoring at 30-minute intervals. Wind direction remains favorable for approach from northwestern quadrant. Elena acknowledged this assessment with professional appreciation. Their working relationship had developed over multiple expeditions. Mutual respect established between scholarly purpose and security practicality, each recognizing the essential contribution of the other to mission success. Where some academic researchers might dismiss military personnel as intellectually limited, Elena understood that historical preservation remained impossible without the protection that allowed scholars to function in hostile environments. Northwestern approach confirmed, she agreed, closing her journal with careful precision. We'll target the administrative archives with priority focus. Previous cartographic reconstruction suggests location approximately half-kilometer inside radiation boundary. Exposure window approximately 4 hours before safe limits reached. The expedition team completed morning preparations with practiced coordination. Equipment distributed according to specialized function, communication protocols confirmed, emergency extraction plans verified before departure. Beyond scholarly researchers and security detail, their group included Samuel Chen, technical specialist responsible for documentation equipment and structural assessment, and Maria Vasquez, medical officer trained specifically for radiation exposure treatment and environmental hazard management. Their Brahmin-drawn cart contained essential expedition supplies, water reserves sufficient for extended wasteland travel, radiation protection equipment ranging from chemical countermeasures to physical shielding, documentation tools including cameras and specimen containers, and the carefully maintained weapons that wasteland reality demanded, regardless of scholarly intention. The cart's weathered wooden construction had been reinforced with metal plating along vulnerable sections, transforming ordinary transport into defensive position if circumstances required. Eleanor surveyed their small group with the thoughtful assessment of someone responsible for both mission objectives and personnel safety. Each expedition member had demonstrated both professional capability and practical wasteland survival skills. Essential combination for historical research in territories where academic credentials provided no protection against environmental hazards or hostile entities. Their shared purpose united diverse backgrounds, preservation of knowledge that might otherwise be lost forever to wasteland entropy. Final equipment check, she directed, exemplifying the leadership approach that balanced scholarly authority with practical field requirements. Standard radiation protocols in effect from perimeter crossing. Communication maintained at all times. No independent exploration regardless of potential discovery significance. Remember that physical documentation remains secondary to personnel safety. No artifact justifies excessive exposure risk. With preparations complete, the expedition departed their temporary camp, moving toward the shimmering haze that marked the boundary of what had once been the new California Republic's capital city. Their approach followed carefully mapped routes established through previous expeditions, paths identified as providing optimal combination of access and minimal environmental hazard. The Brahmin-drawn cart followed with steady progress, adapted to wasteland travel through generations of selective breeding for radiation resistance and endurance. The landscape gradually transformed as they advanced, transitioning from typical Mojave terrain towards something fundamentally different. Not merely wasteland, but ruins with distinct purpose, the scattered remnants of deliberate construction rather than random devastation. Broken roadways emerged from drifting sand, their original direction still discernible despite decades of weathering. Structural foundations became visible with increasing frequency, geometric patterns too regular for natural formation, the ghostly footprints of buildings long collapsed. Approaching perimeter boundary, Sergeant Winters announced as they reached the invisible line demarcating elevated radiation zones. Activate personal monitors and protection protocols according to standard procedure. Maintain awareness of cumulative exposure throughout operation. The expedition members activated personal radiation detectors, worn at chest level, small devices that would provide continuous monitoring and alert to dangerous level accumulation. Protective clothing adjusted to maximize coverage while maintaining necessary mobility. Chemical prophylactics administered according to established schedules. Respiratory filters secured for optimal function without compromising communication capability. Eleanor recorded their passage across this significant threshold, documenting precise coordinates and environmental readings that would contribute to their expanding cartographic understanding of the ruined capital. Though she had crossed similar boundaries during previous expeditions, the transition never lost its profound impact. Tangible evidence of how humanity had reshaped the world through technologies imperfectly implemented. Remember what we're looking for, she reminded the team, as ruins became increasingly defined around them. Administrative archives prioritized over general artifacts. Documentation with NCR seal or official letterhead. Records of early settlement period, particularly governance transition from initial foundation to formal republic establishment. Foundation documents, if extraordinarily fortunate, though previous radiation mapping suggests original charter repository location received direct strike impact. These research priorities reflected Alina's specialized historical focus, understanding the transition between Shady Sands as survival settlement and its evolution into governmental center that would eventually expand into the new California Republic. While NCR historical archives maintained records of this transformation, most represented later documentation rather than original materials created during the formative period. First-hand accounts, initial organizational structures, and authentic artifacts from this critical transition remained scholarly ambition rather than catalogued certainty. As they penetrated deeper into the ruined capital, the devastation became more pronounced, yet paradoxically more revealing. Collapsed buildings created obstacle courses requiring careful navigation, yet occasionally preserved interior sections, protected from elements by the very destruction that had claimed their outer structures. Sergeant Winters led their progress with security-focused assessment of each approach vector, identifying potential hazards from both structural instability and possible wasteland inhabitants adapted to radiation levels that would threaten unprotected humans. Administration district approaching, based on cartographic projection, Samuel announced, consulting specialized equipment that correlated their current position with historical maps reconstructed through previous research. Distinctive architectural features becoming visible that match period documentation. Column configuration consistent with early Republic governmental design principles. Ceremonial plaza layout partially discernible despite significant degradation. Eleanor observed these emerging features with professional excitement carefully balanced against practical field discipline. After 6 expeditions attempting to reach this specific district, they had finally achieved sufficient penetration to examine the administrative heart of what had once been the NCR's proud capital. The radiation levels remained within acceptable parameters, their timing fortuitously aligned with seasonal conditions that temporarily reduced environmental hazards without eliminating them entirely. Central Archive building should be positioned approximately 200 meters northeast of current location, she noted, correlating visible landmarks with historical documentation. Distinctive dome structure, if any portion remains standing. Primary repository for governmental documentation, according to historical accounts, though uncertain how much survived initial strikes versus subsequent environmental degradation. Their progress slowed as they navigated increasingly complex ruin configurations, requiring careful assessment before each advancement. Collapsed roadways created uneven terrain, requiring occasional equipment handling rather than cart transport. Radiation levels fluctuated unpredictably between relatively manageable background radiation and concerning spikes that necessitated course adjustments. Despite these challenges, they maintained steady progress toward their primary objective, the administrative archives that represented scholarly treasure beyond mere historical curiosity. Structure matching archive description identified, Sergeant Winters reported after climbing a partially intact stairway to gain better vantage point. Approximately 100 meters forward, dome partially collapsed but north wing appears relatively intact. Approach route complicated by significant structural debris requiring careful navigation. No movement detected suggesting current occupation, though limited visibility prevents comprehensive assessment. This discovery generated measured enthusiasm throughout the expedition team, excitement tempered by practical awareness of continuing challenges and limited operational time frame before radiation exposure would necessitate retreat. Elena adjusted her protective mask before ascending to Winter's position, needing to observe their objective directly rather than relying solely on reported assessment. The archive building revealed itself through gaps in surrounding devastation. Once grand structure, now standing in dignified ruin, its classical design elements still recognizable despite catastrophic damage. The central dome that had proudly represented NCR governmental authority now existed as half-circle of broken stone, its collapse having scattered massive granite blocks across what had once been ceremonial entrance plaza. Yet the northern administrative wing remained partially intact, its more utilitarian construction having apparently withstood forces that had claimed more impressive architectural features. Approach from eastern quadrant, Elena directed after careful assessment. Structural integrity appears most stable along that vector. Samuel, continuous monitoring for potential collapse indicators during approach and entrance. Maria, prepare additional prophylactics for potential radiation concentration within enclosed spaces. Sergeant, standard security protocol with particular attention to structural hazards rather than typical wasteland threats. Their movement toward the archive building proceeded with methodical caution, each step evaluated before weight commitment. Potential structural weaknesses identified and avoided, team maintaining communication throughout approach. The cart remained positioned at secure distance, equipment reconfigured into portable packs, containing only essential documentation tools and safety equipment. Radiation monitors showed concerning but manageable levels, allowing limited operational window before exposure limits would necessitate withdrawal, regardless of discoveries. As they reached the building's eastern entrance, once formal doorway, now gaping access where elegant doors had long since disintegrated, Alina paused to document their approach with carefully framed photographs. Even in ruined state, the archive's architectural significance warranted thorough documentation. Beyond whatever historical materials might be recovered within, the building itself represented important historical artifact, physical embodiment of early NCR governmental development and the aspirational vision that had guided its institutional evolution. Structural assessment indicates limited stability, Samuel reported after conducting preliminary examination of the entrance area. Support beams showing significant stress fracturing but currently maintaining load-bearing function. Recommend single-person entry protocol with minimal weight loading on suspected compromise points. Internal radiation levels elevated but within operational parameters for limited exposure. Elena acknowledged this assessment with appropriate seriousness, understanding both the risks and the unprecedented opportunity before them. I'll conduct initial entry with documentation equipment, Sergeant Winters as security escort maintaining minimum safe distance. Remaining team members establish monitoring position with emergency extraction capability, standard communication protocols throughout operation. Preparing for entry, Elena secured her documentation pack containing specialized recording equipment, preservation materials for potential artifact recovery, and essential safety equipment, including emergency breathing apparatus. The weight of both physical tools and historical responsibility settled across her shoulders as she adjusted the straps. Awareness that she might be the first academic researcher to access these archives since the capital's destruction decades earlier. Proceeding with entry, she announced, activating the supplemental light source attached to her protective helmet. Maintaining communication at 30-second intervals, radiation monitor active with continuous reading transmission to base position. The archive interior emerged gradually as illumination penetrated decades of undisturbed darkness. Dust particles danced in the light beam, disturbed for the first time since the building's abandonment during catastrophic evacuation. Debris covered what had once been polished floor surfaces, collapsed ceiling materials, disintegrated furniture, scattered papers reduced to delicate fragments by time and environmental exposure. Yet beneath this chaotic surface layer, organizational structures remained partially discernible. Fallen shelving units still aligned in methodical rows, processing desks positioned according to administrative workflow patterns. Evidence of the ordered system that had once managed New California Republic's governmental documentation. Initial assessment indicates substantial material survival despite environmental exposure, Elena reported, voice maintaining professional discipline despite the historical significance surrounding her. Archive organization appears consistent with documented NCR administrative protocols. Proceeding toward northwestern quadrant where historical records indicate early period documentation would have been maintained. Her progress through the archive required careful navigation, avoiding unstable floor sections, ducking beneath precariously suspended ceiling components, assessing each potential pathway for structural integrity before commitment. Sergeant Winters followed at prescribed distance, his attention divided between potential security concerns and architectural hazards with professional thoroughness. Their illumination created shifting shadows that transformed the ruined archive into a mysterious landscape of historical fragments. Glimpses of preserved documentation appearing momentarily before returning to darkness as they passed. Located primary historical section, Alina announced as her light revealed distinctive storage units specifically designed for preservation of significant documentation. Cabinet configuration matches description from NCR Historical Society records. Appears partially intact despite structural collapse affecting approximately 40% of storage capacity. Beginning systematic documentation before physical examination. With practiced precision, Eleanor established comprehensive photographic record of the storage area before attempting any physical interaction, preserving context and original positioning that might provide valuable information beyond document content itself. Only after completing this preliminary documentation did she approach the storage cabinets themselves, assessing their condition with the careful attention of someone handling irreplaceable historical artifacts. Cabinet drawers showing significant degradation but contents potentially preserved within internal protective systems, she noted, examining the specialized storage units designed specifically for long-term document preservation. Attempting access using minimal force application to avoid further structural compromise. The cabinet drawer yielded with reluctant protest, decades of disuse having partially seized its once smooth mechanism. As it opened with careful pressure, Elena's illumination revealed organized document folders still positioned in original configuration, the administrative thoroughness that had characterized NCR governance, providing unexpected preservation benefit through methodical storage protocols. Though showing inevitable deterioration from environmental exposure, the documents remained substantially intact. Paper materials protected by specialized folders designed for archival longevity. Confirmed historical documentation recovery, she reported, voice betraying measured excitement despite professional restraint. Initial identification suggests territorial expansion records from formative period, folder dating consistent with early NCR administrative development, approximately 5 years after formal government establishment. Beginning documentation protocol alpha for highest priority preservation. With careful precision, Elena implemented specialized documentation procedures developed specifically for fragile historical materials. Photography with calibrated lighting to capture maximum detail without causing further deterioration. Gentle stabilization of fragile components before attempting movement. Preservation containers prepared with appropriate environmental controls for transport. Each document received individual attention, its contents briefly examined for historical significance, while maintaining primary focus on physical preservation, rather than immediate academic analysis. As she worked through the discovered materials with methodical thoroughness, a particular folder captured her attention. Its distinctive marking indicating special administrative classification beyond standard documentation. With exceptional care, she eased the folder from its storage position, supporting its fragile structure with preservation equipment designed specifically for such delicate operations. Located potential primary documentation of exceptional historical significance, she reported, voice maintaining professional discipline despite the potentially momentous discovery. Folder classification consistent with executive administrative protocols. Designation suggests possible connection to founding administration document series. Opening the folder with meticulous attention to preservation requirements, Elena revealed documents that had remained undisturbed since the capital's catastrophic evacuation. pages bearing handwritten notations alongside official stamps, signatures of historical figures previously known only through secondary documentation, meeting minutes from governance sessions during the critical transition period when settlement leadership evolved toward formal republic structure. Confirmation of primary historical documentation, she announced, the significance evident despite her measured tone. Executive Council minutes from pre-constitutional period, including discussion points regarding territorial governance models and citizenship definition parameters. Original signature of Aradesh identified with high confidence based on authentication markers. Implementing highest level preservation protocol for immediate extraction. This discovery represented extraordinary historical significance. Primary documentation from NCR's formative period, original materials recording the deliberative process that had shaped governmental development rather than merely its formalized outcomes. For historians researching this critical transition, such documents provided invaluable insight into alternatives considered, compromises negotiated, and foundational principles established during the Republic's earliest conceptual development. Elena secured these precious documents within specialized preservation containers designed to maintain stable environmental conditions during transport, protecting fragile materials from further degradation while ensuring their contents remained accessible for future scholarly examination. Each container received careful labeling indicating preliminary content identification and discovery context, creating essential provenance documentation for academic archives. Her methodical work continued through additional storage cabinets, each yielding historical materials of varying significance. Administrative records documenting early governance structures, correspondence between regional representatives during territorial expansion deliberations, draft versions of regulations that would eventually formalize into an NCR legal code. Though many documents showed significant deterioration, sufficient content remained legible to provide meaningful historical insight previously unavailable through existing archival collections. Approaching radiation exposure threshold, Maria reported through communication channel, monitoring the team's cumulative exposure with medical precision. Recommend initiating extraction protocol within 30 minutes to maintain safety parameters. Current readings indicate accelerating accumulation rate, potentially due to atmospheric pressure changes affecting particle distribution. This warning shifted operational focus from discovery to preservation, prioritizing proper documentation and secure packaging of already identified materials, rather than continuing exploration of additional archive sections. Elena implemented rapid assessment protocols, selecting highest priority documents for immediate extraction while ensuring comprehensive photographic documentation. Initiating extraction sequence, she confirmed, securing final preservation containers while completing essential context documentation. Primary historical materials packaged according to preservation protocols. Photographic documentation completed for non-extractable contexts, proceeding toward extraction point with recovered artifacts. As they prepared to depart the archive building, Elena completed final documentation of the site, recording specific coordinates, structural conditions, and potential access considerations for future expeditions. Though their current operation would soon conclude due to radiation exposure limitations, the discovered materials would inform planning for subsequent research, potentially targeting specific archive sections now identified as containing significant historical documentation. Their careful exit followed the same methodical approach that had characterized entry, assessing each step for structural stability, maintaining minimum weight distribution across compromised sections, preserving discovered materials with protection prioritized above all other considerations. The archive building gradually receded behind them as they rejoined expedition members, maintaining monitoring position outside. their recovered historical treasures secured in specialized containers designed specifically for transportation through wasteland conditions. Preliminary assessment confirms exceptional historical significance, Elena reported to the assembled team. Professional restraint balanced against genuine academic excitement. Primary documentation from formative administrative period recovered in condition permitting meaningful scholarly examination. Constitutional development discussions, territorial governance proposals, citizenship definition parameters, materials previously unavailable in existing NCR historical archives. The expedition team received this report with appropriate appreciation, understanding that their carefully planned operation had yielded results beyond reasonable expectation, recovering historical materials previously considered permanently lost during the capital's destruction. Even Sergeant Winters, whose primary focus remained security rather than academic significance, recognized the importance of their accomplishment within broader NCR historical preservation efforts. Radiation levels continuing to increase, Maria noted, monitoring equipment showing concerning upward trend. Recommend immediate withdrawal from current position toward predetermined extraction route. Atmospheric conditions shifting unfavorably with increasing wind from eastern quadrant potentially carrying higher particle concentration. This assessment accelerated their departure preparations. Equipment secured for transport, recovery materials carefully positioned within the cart for maximum protection during movement, team formation arranged for optimal security during withdrawal through potentially hazardous territory. While academic excitement regarding their discoveries remained substantial, wasteland realities demanded prioritization of practical considerations that would ensure both personnel safety and successful transportation of recovered historical materials. Their departure from the archive district proceeded with disciplined efficiency, retracing carefully mapped routes through ruined streets while maintaining continuous monitoring of radiation levels and structural hazards. The Brahmin-drawn cart followed their guidance with steady progress, specially trained animals responding to direction without the nervous hesitation that standard wasteland Brahmin might demonstrate in radiation-affected environments. As distance increased from the administrative district, Elena recorded their withdrawal with the same methodical documentation that had characterized their approach, mapping coordinates, environmental conditions, and structural observations that might prove valuable for future expedition planning. Though current radiation limitations had prevented comprehensive archive exploration, their successful penetration established foundation for subsequent operations, potentially targeting specific documentation now identified through preliminary discovery. Approaching radiation perimeter boundary, Samuel announced as monitoring equipment showed decreasing exposure levels. Background radiation returning to manageable parameters consistent with standard wasteland conditions rather than critical zone measurements. Extraction proceeding according to established protocols without complications. This welcome development allowed modest deceleration in their withdrawal pace, maintaining appropriate caution while reducing the heightened urgency that had characterized initial departure from the archive district. The expedition team continued steady progress toward predetermined safe zone, where thorough decontamination protocols would be implemented before detailed examination of recovered materials could begin. By late afternoon, they had established camp at sufficient distance from radiation zones to permit standard operational procedures without extraordinary protective measures. Decontamination protocols were implemented with careful thoroughness, equipment and personnel processed through established sequences, ensuring any carried radiation was identified and addressed before potentially contaminating recovered historical materials or causing delayed exposure effects. Eleanor supervised the decontamination of document preservation containers with particular attention to detail, ensuring that protective seals remained intact throughout the process, while external surfaces received comprehensive treatment. These specialized containers had been designed specifically for extraction of materials from radiation-affected environments, maintaining internal environmental stability while preventing cross-contamination between exterior exposure and preserved contents. As evening approached, bringing welcome cooling to the Mojave wasteland, the expedition established standard security perimeter around their camp. Motion sensors positioned at appropriate intervals, watch rotations scheduled among security personnel, defensive positions identified if emergency response became necessary. Practical wasteland protocols continued alongside scholarly excitement regarding their recovered historical treasures. The balanced approach that had enabled successful operation throughout challenging circumstances. With essential security established, Elena finally permitted herself focused examination of their most significant discoveries. The primary documentation from NCR's formative period, original materials recording the Republic's conceptual development through administrative deliberation, rather than merely its formalized outcomes. Working at portable examination station established with appropriate lighting and documentation equipment, she carefully opened the preservation containers that protected these irreplaceable historical artifacts. The foundational discussions are remarkable, she observed to Samuel, who assisted with documentation, while sharing academic appreciation for their historical significance. Listen to this segment. Aradesh proposing graduated citizenship structures based on settlement contribution rather than residence duration. That approach was ultimately rejected in favor of the standardized citizenship model we're familiar with, but understanding the alternatives considered provides extraordinary insight into conceptual foundations underlying eventual constitutional structure. Their examination continued with careful attention to both preservation requirements and scholarly significance, documenting content while maintaining appropriate environmental controls, identifying key historical figures through signature authentication, recognizing previously unknown contextual connections between established historical events and newly discovered deliberative processes that had preceded them. As night settled across the wasteland, bringing the profound darkness unique to regions distant from settled communities, the expedition maintained its balanced operation. Security protocols continuing alongside scholarly examination, practical vigilance ensuring opportunity for academic discovery. Sergeant Winters established regular perimeter checks, while Maria monitored delayed radiation exposure indicators among team members, their specialized functions continuing alongside the historical analysis that represented the expedition's primary purpose. Elena worked late into the evening, carefully examining recovered documents while maintaining comprehensive documentation of both content and physical characteristics. Each page received detailed photographic recording before gentle return to preservation containers. Images that would allow subsequent scholarly examination without requiring repeated handling of fragile original materials. Her journal gradually filled with preliminary analysis, observations connecting newly discovered documentation with existing historical understanding, questions raised by previously unknown information, potential research directions suggested by contextual revelation. This changes our understanding of early NCR territorial philosophy, she noted, during brief discussion with Samuel before retiring for necessary rest. The council minutes reveal explicitly temporary approach to territorial control, administrative oversight intended to transition toward local governance, rather than permanent incorporation under central authority. Subsequent expansion followed different model entirely, but these documents reveal original intention fundamentally different from what eventually developed through practical implementation. The night passed with peaceful uneventfulness. Security rotation maintained vigilant watch while expedition members rested in preparation for continued journey when daylight returned. The wasteland stretched around their small encampment in all directions. Vast emptiness occasionally interrupted by distant lights marking scattered settlements, or the movement of wasteland creatures navigating by starlight and adapted sensory capabilities. Morning arrived with gradual illumination transforming the landscape from mysterious darkness to familiar devastation. The Mojave wasteland revealing itself once more in stark reality rather than shadowed suggestion. The expedition activated with practiced efficiency, morning protocols implemented without unnecessary discussion, water conservation maintained through established rationing, equipment checked for overnight deterioration, medical assessment confirmed acceptable radiation levels following previous day's exposure. As they prepared for departure toward NCR territory where their discoveries would eventually reach formal historical archives, Elena completed final documentation of their expedition results, recording specific coordinates for future operations, detailing preservation requirements for recovered materials during extended transport, summarizing preliminary historical significance assessment for academic review committees. Her journal entries balance scholarly excitement with professional thoroughness, academic analysis complemented by practical documentation, ensuring both intellectual significance and procedural accountability. Successful recovery of primary historical documentation from administrative archives, she wrote in careful script that would eventually transfer to official expedition records. Materials include Executive Council minutes from pre-constitutional period, territorial governance proposals with original annotations, citizenship structure deliberations previously undocumented in existing historical archives. Physical condition permits meaningful examination despite environmental exposure, with approximately 60% content preservation in recovered materials. Recommends subsequent expedition targeting specific archive sections identified during current operation, with adjusted timing to coincide with optimal seasonal radiation conditions. With documentation complete and camp dismantled according to established protocols, the expedition prepared for departure toward NCR territories, where their discoveries would undergo comprehensive preservation treatment before becoming available for broader scholarly examination. The Brahmin-drawn cart was carefully loaded with recovered materials and essential equipment, weight distribution calculated for optimal movement through challenging terrain, while maintaining maximum protection for historical artifacts, secured within specialized containers. Eleanor surveyed the distant outline of shady sands one final time before departure, the shimmering haze that marked radiation boundaries partially obscuring ruined structures beyond. Despite devastation that had transformed the once proud capital into hazardous wasteland feature, its historical significance remained undiminished. Physical manifestation of ambitious civilizational project that had attempted rebuilding amid atomic aftermath, creating governance structures aspiring toward pre-war democratic principles while acknowledging fundamentally altered circumstances. The NCR's founding vision remains worth understanding, she observed to Sergeant Winters as they prepared for departure. Not because they achieved perfection, they clearly didn't, but because they attempted structured governance based on principle rather than mere power. Their failures teach as much as their successes, especially as similar attempts continue throughout wasteland territories. Winters acknowledged this observation with thoughtful consideration rather than dismissing academic perspective as impractical idealism. His decades of practical service had demonstrated both NCR achievements and limitations, creating nuanced understanding that recognized institutional value despite operational imperfections. History's worth protecting, he agreed with characteristic brevity. Can't build better without understanding what came before. Even failures have lessons. Their departure proceeded with the same methodical approach that had characterized the entire expedition: careful navigation through challenging terrain, continuous monitoring of environmental conditions, security awareness maintained without paranoid hypervigilance. The wasteland stretched before them in vast emptiness, occasionally interrupted by scattered remnants of civilization, broken roadways emerging briefly from wind-blown sand before disappearing again, abandoned structures standing in isolated testimony to previous habitation, occasional functioning settlements visible at great distance by thin smoke columns rising against clear sky. As they established steady traveling rhythm, Elena's thoughts turned toward broader significance of their discoveries, how recovered documentation might reshape historical understanding of NCR's formative period, potentially adjusting scholarly interpretation of subsequent developments through revelation of original intentions and deliberative processes. Beyond academic significance, these materials connected contemporary wasteland inhabitants with foundational vision that had shaped significant portions of post-war civilization. Recognition that current circumstances emerged from specific choices rather than inevitable development. "We carry more than old papers," she noted during brief conversation as their journey continued across the wasteland expanse. "We're transporting connection between past aspirations and present reality, understanding how early NCR leadership envisioned governance might help current territories develop their own approaches appropriate to contemporary circumstances." Samuel nodded agreement, sharing this perspective as fellow historian rather than merely technical specialist. Context changes everything. Knowing they deliberately considered alternatives to what eventually developed helps evaluate both successes and failures more accurately. History's never single inevitable path, always choices made within constraints. Their journey would continue for several days before reaching NCR territories, where comprehensive preservation facilities awaited. Specialized equipment designed for treatment of radiation, exposed documentation, climate-controlled archive space maintaining optimal conditions for historical materials, scholarly resources, allowing comprehensive analytical assessment. Eventually, their discovered documents would join carefully maintained historical collections, accessible to researchers seeking understanding of NCR's developmental trajectory from small settlement to expansive republic. As evening approached on their first day of return journey, Elena made final journal entry summarizing expedition outcomes, balancing practical documentation with scholarly reflection that acknowledged both academic significance and personal meaning. Beyond specific historical content, these documents represent connection between idealistic vision and practical implementation, the necessary compromise between aspirational governance and wasteland realities. Understanding this negotiation process remains essential for evaluating subsequent NCR development and potential future approaches throughout post-war territories. The ashes of Shady Sands contain not merely destruction's remnants, but seeds of understanding that might inform continued rebuilding efforts throughout wasteland regions. As the expedition continues its journey back to NCR territories with their precious historical documents, elsewhere in the wasteland a different kind of preservation unfolds. A weary band of traders approaches an abandoned settlement as twilight gathers, seeking shelter for the night among the empty buildings. Their Brahmins snort nervously at unfamiliar scents, while the caravan leader surveys the silent structures for any signs of danger or welcome. As our historians safeguard the knowledge of the past, our next tale beckons from the uncertain present. Join us for the caravan's rest. Dusk settled across the Mojave in gradual layers, painting the wasteland in deepening hues of amber and purple. The sun's final light caught distant mountain ridges, creating brief coronas of gold before surrendering to encroaching shadow. Temperature began its nightly descent as heat escaped into the vast emptiness above. The merciful cooling that made desert travel endurable after punishing daylight hours. Caravan master Eli Rodriguez surveyed the abandoned settlement from the ridge, overlooking its weathered structures, experienced eyes assessing both opportunity and potential hazard. His caravan had been traveling for 16 days since departing the hub, following trading routes that connected scattered settlements across territories where the NCR's presence had grown increasingly tenuous. Supplies remained adequate but not abundant, Brahmin showing signs of extended travel fatigue, personnel requiring proper rest beyond the brief stops that characterized their journey thus far. "What do you think?" asked Maya Chen, security lead and Eli's second-in-command, as she adjusted the strap of the weathered combat shotgun slung across her shoulder. She gestured toward the settlement below, perhaps 20 structures of varying size, arranged around what had once been a central plaza. "Looks quiet enough, but that doesn't mean much out here." Eli nodded thoughtful agreement while continuing his assessment. Unlike many wasteland structures that had collapsed into shapeless rubble, these buildings maintained recognizable form. Wooden walls weathered but largely intact, metal roofing still covering most structures, window openings showing evidence of deliberate boarding rather than violent destruction. The settlement presented appearance of abandonment rather than devastation, a place left behind by choice rather than claimed through catastrophe. "No signs of recent occupation," he noted after careful observation. "No cooking smoke, no perimeter activity, no maintained gardens. Layout suggests trading post rather than agricultural settlement. Likely abandoned when routes shifted or resources depleted. Worth closer inspection before committing to overnight stay." Their conversation exemplified the practical partnership developed over 7 years of wasteland travel. Mutual trust established through countless shared decisions. Balanced assessment that considered multiple perspectives rather than single authority. Relationship built on complementary capabilities rather than hierarchical structure. Where Ely brought methodical planning and negotiation expertise, Maya contributed tactical assessment and security coordination, combined skills that had maintained their caravan's survival through territories many traders considered excessively hazardous. "Thomas, Jesse," Maya called to the nearby security team members, voice carrying just enough to reach intended recipients without unnecessary broadcast across open terrain. "Advance assessment of settlement structures before committing main caravan. Standard protocols. Visual confirmation only, no interior exploration without secondary clearance. Primary focus on structural integrity and recent occupation indicators." The designated team members acknowledged with professional efficiency, checking weapons with practiced movements before beginning careful descent toward the settlement below. Their approach followed terrain features providing maximum concealment. Natural discipline developed through experience in territories where exposed movement often attracted unwelcome attention from wasteland predators, both human and otherwise. While advanced team conducted initial assessment, Eli returned to the main caravan, positioned in natural depression that provided modest concealment from distant observation. 6 Brahmins stood in patient formation, their double heads occasionally turning in different directions as though engaged in silent disagreement about potential threats worthy of attention. Loaded carts contained carefully organized trading goods, manufactured items from more developed territories destined for frontier settlements, raw materials and regional specialties making return journey toward established markets, medical supplies, and preservation technologies that commanded premium prices throughout wasteland regions. "We're considering the settlement ahead for overnight rest," Eli informed the gathered caravan personnel. Combination of guards, traders, and specialists who together formed their traveling company. Advanced team conducting preliminary assessment. Appears abandoned rather than destroyed, potentially offering structural shelter rather than standard open terrain camp. Security protocols will remain at elevated status regardless of initial assessment results. The caravan team received this information with professional acknowledgement. Experienced personnel who understood both opportunity and hazard inherent in utilizing abandoned settlements for temporary shelter. While structures offered valuable protection from wasteland elements and potential concealment from distant observation, they simultaneously presented internal security challenges and occasionally harbored dangers absent from open terrain camping. Darius Webb, the caravan's youngest member at barely 19, failed to entirely conceal his enthusiasm at the prospect of structural shelter. "An actual roof would be amazing," he commented, attempting to maintain casual tone despite obvious eagerness. "Maybe even walls that block wind completely, practically luxury accommodations." His youthful perspective earned understanding smiles from more experienced personnel who remembered their own early appreciation for immunities that eventually became evaluated through security perspective rather than comfort assessment. Darius had joined their caravan just 3 months earlier, technically proficient with mechanical repairs but still developing the balanced wasteland awareness that distinguished survivors from casualties over extended periods. The structures require thorough inspection before offering genuine security, noted Isabel Reyes, medical specialist, whose practical experience encompassed knowledge far beyond immediate treatment requirements. Abandoned settlements often harbor hazards less immediately visible than raider occupation. Structural instability, raid roach infestations, contaminated water sources, occasionally lingering radiation pockets from materials improperly stored before abandonment. This tempered assessment exemplified the caravan's operational approach, realistic evaluation balancing potential benefits against practical hazards, cautious optimism rather than either naive enthusiasm or paranoid avoidance. Their success throughout changing wasteland conditions stemmed from this balanced perspective. Recognizing opportunity without ignoring danger, adapting to circumstances while maintaining core protocols regardless of apparent security. Communication device activated with 3 measured tones. Signal from advanced team indicating preliminary assessment completion without identifying immediate threats. Maya acknowledged receipt before turning toward Eli with professional satisfaction evident despite her naturally reserved expression. "Initial report positive," she confirmed. "No signs of recent human occupation, structural integrity sufficient for temporary shelter, central building suitable for communal security with adequate defensive positions and multiple exit options. Recommend advancing main caravan while maintaining standard approach protocols until comprehensive assessment completed." Ely considered this recommendation with appropriate thoroughness, weighing advance report against broader situational awareness. Their current position offered limited defensive options if nightfall arrived before alternative shelter identification. Water reserves remained adequate but would benefit from conservation opportunity that structural shelter might provide. Brahmin showed increasing signs of travel strain that additional unnecessary movement would exacerbate. Balance of consideration supported accepting preliminary assessment while maintaining appropriate security awareness. Approved for forward movement, he decided. Standard approach formation, security perimeter maintained until comprehensive inspection confirms preliminary report. Contingency preparation for immediate withdrawal if subsequent assessment contradicts initial findings. The caravan activated with practiced coordination. Brahmin handlers guiding animals into movement formation. guards establishing perimeter positions around vulnerable trading goods, specialists securing equipment that might otherwise create unnecessary noise during controlled approach. Their collective movement reflected years of shared experience, efficient without appearing hurried, cautious without becoming hesitant, professional discipline presenting stark contrast to chaotic wasteland conditions surrounding their orderly progress. As they descended toward the abandoned settlement, additional details emerged that supported initial positive assessment. The approach road, though clearly long untraveled, showed evidence of deliberate engineering rather than mere compacted earth. Concrete foundations visible beneath accumulated sand suggested investment in infrastructure typical of established trading posts. Defensive positions around settlement perimeter indicated thoughtful security planning during functional operation. Deteriorated but recognizable guard platforms, positioned for overlapping coverage, channeled approach paths limiting potential ambush vectors. Maya maintained communication with advance team through measured signal patterns. Specialized dialect developed among security personnel, allowing information exchange without revealing operational details to potential observers. Their continuing assessment reported no contradictory findings, though noting potential structural compromises requiring verification before full occupation commitment. Upon reaching settlement boundary, Eli directed Brahmin handlers to position animals in clearly defensible location. Central Plaza offering open sightlines and multiple withdrawal routes if circumstances required. Caravan personnel maintained security discipline while transitioning to stationary disposition. Equipment secured for potential rapid movement rather than completed unpacking. Defensive positioning established before comfort considerations addressed. Brahmin attended with particular attention to potential stress behaviors that might indicate detected threats beyond human perception. Jesse organized comprehensive structural assessment with particular attention to central building identified for primary occupation. Maya directed as Caravan established preliminary security perimeter. Thomas, coordinate perimeter verification including potential concealment locations within surrounding structures. Maintain partner protocols throughout inspection process. No independent exploration regardless of apparent security conditions. The settlement revealed additional details during this more thorough examination. Evidence that abandonment had occurred as organized withdrawal rather than emergency evacuation. Buildings showed signs of deliberate securing before departure, valuable materials removed, windows systematically boarded rather than left exposed, water systems drained rather than allowed to deteriorate, with potentially damaging consequences. These indicators suggested possibility of legitimate resettlement intention rather than panicked abandonment. Perhaps seasonal movement or temporary resource exhaustion, rather than catastrophic cause. Central building appears to have functioned as trading hall, Jesse reported after completing initial interior assessment. Counter arrangements consistent with merchandise display, storage rooms appropriately positioned for inventory management, office spaces suggesting administrative functions. Structural integrity generally sound despite weather penetration through partial roof collapse in southeastern corner. Recommend avoiding compromised section while utilizing remaining space for overnight shelter. Ely acknowledged this assessment with measured satisfaction. The identified structure offered significant advantages for overnight security compared to their standard open-terrain camping arrangements. Central positioning provided comprehensive sightlines across settlement approaches. Multiple entry points allowed appropriate emergency egress options. Interior space offered sufficient accommodation for personnel and essential equipment without requiring separation across multiple buildings. Proceed with occupation preparation, he directed. after consulting briefly with Maya regarding security considerations. Standard protocols for abandoned structure utilization, comprehensive debris clearing before equipment placement, structural stability verification of all utilized sections, appropriate watch rotation covering both exterior approaches and interior spaces. The caravan transitioned from travel configuration to temporary settlement with practiced efficiency. Responsibilities understood without requiring detailed assignment. Essential tasks prioritized through shared operational experience. Security maintenance continuing throughout logistical arrangements. Brahmin were positioned within defined corral established using portable barriers. Trading goods secured in designated storage area with appropriate guard posting. Cooking facilities established in location offering both convenience and minimal fire risk to surrounding structures. As these arrangements progressed, Eli conducted personal inspection of the central building, identified for primary shelter. The structure revealed its previous purpose through remaining features. Long counter still positioned where traders would have displayed merchandise. Office space containing broken furniture suggesting administrative functions. Storage rooms with empty shelving units once holding valuable inventory. Though emptied of valuable contents and showing inevitable deterioration from weather exposure through compromised sections, the building retained fundamental structural integrity, suitable for temporary occupation. Reminds me of Sutton Station before expansion, he noted to Maya as they completed their assessment. Similar layout designed for trading function with residential components secondary to commercial operation. Probably established as supply point between larger settlements, likely abandoned when trading routes shifted or larger operations absorbed their business volume. Maya nodded agreement while maintaining professional assessment of defensive positioning within the structure. Multiple exit points provide security advantage, though requiring additional personnel for proper coverage. Interior walls create potential compartmentalization if defense becomes necessary. Elevated section in northwestern corner offers excellent observation position, covering primary approaches while remaining concealed from exterior sightlines. Their complementary perspectives exemplified effective partnership developed over years of shared travel. Eli's commercial assessment identifying operational history and potential resources. Maya's security evaluation determining defensive utilization and potential vulnerability. Combined analysis provided comprehensive understanding beyond either individual perspective, creating operational awareness that contributed significantly to their caravan's consistent survival throughout challenging territories. As evening approached more definitively, the caravan completed transition from travel configuration to temporary settlement. Equipment appropriately positioned, cooking fires established within proper containment, security perimeter verified with watch, rotations scheduled through morning hours. Though maintaining vigilance appropriate to wasteland conditions, personnel showed visible relief at structural shelter opportunity after extended periods of exposed travel. Simple luxuries like solid walls and partial roofing representing significant comfort improvement compared to typical overnight arrangements. Darius approached Ili as these preparations concluded, his expression revealing mixture of youthful enthusiasm and appropriate restraint required of newer team members. The mechanical storage room contains maintenance equipment still in usable condition, he reported with professional respect, balancing obvious excitement. Basic tools and spare parts apparently abandoned during evacuation. With permission, I could perform enhanced maintenance on cartwheel assemblies before departure tomorrow. Preventative adjustments beyond standard field maintenance. Ili considered this request with appropriate seriousness rather than dismissing youthful eagerness, recognizing both potential benefit and Darius's need for acknowledged contribution beyond assigned responsibilities. Coordinate with security team for appropriate monitoring during extended maintenance activities. he approved. After brief consideration, document any equipment utilized from local resources for potential compensation arrangement if settlement ownership eventually re-established. Prioritize preparations for immediate departure capability over enhancement operations if circumstances require. This balanced response exemplified Eli's leadership approach, acknowledging valuable initiative while maintaining operational priorities, approving reasonable autonomy while ensuring appropriate coordination within team structure, recognizing individual enthusiasm without compromising collective security requirements. Darius departed with evident satisfaction, his professional demeanor reinforced rather than diminished by measured approval process. As true night settled across the wasteland, transforming the abandoned settlement from merely quiet location to genuinely atmospheric environment, the caravan gathered for evening meal around properly contained cooking fires. Established in Central Plaza, food preparation represented practical function rather than social ritual, though serving both purposes through their implementation. Necessary nutritional maintenance accomplished efficiently while simultaneously providing communal interaction opportunity after days separated responsibility. Settlement layout suggests established operation before abandonment, Thomas observed during conversation that naturally emerged through shared meal experience. Defensive positions professionally designed, water management systems properly engineered, structural maintenance apparently conducted regularly before evacuation. Strange that such established location would be completely abandoned rather than maintaining minimal operational presence through challenging periods. This observation prompted thoughtful consideration among gathered personnel, wasteland experience having demonstrated that abandoned settlements typically resulted from specific causal factors rather than mere operational fluctuation. Violence left obvious evidence lacking in current location. Resource depletion generally occurred gradually, allowing operational reduction rather than complete abandonment. Environmental factors should affect broader region rather than isolated settlement. Absence of clear abandonment cause created subtle dissonance, worth consideration when evaluating security implications. Could be internal factors rather than external threats, Isabel suggested, medical perspective offering alternative analysis framework. Disease outbreak might prompt complete evacuation without leaving structural damage evidence. Contaminated water supply could necessitate relocation despite significant infrastructure investment. Social conflict occasionally drives abandonment when resolution proves impossible within community constraints. This hypothesis led to animated, though measured discussion, experienced wasteland travelers sharing previous encounters with abandoned settlements and their eventually discovered abandonment causes. Conversation represented more than mere speculation. Collective intelligence gathering through shared experience, potential security implications considered through historical precedent analysis, operational awareness enhanced through consideration of non-obvious threat factors beyond standard wasteland hazards. As night deepened around their temporary haven, watch rotation implemented with professional discipline. Personnel assuming designated observation positions with appropriate equipment and communication protocols. The central building provided enhanced security compared to typical open-terrain camping, though requiring different vigilance patterns adapted to structural environment. Interior spaces created different acoustic properties than open wasteland, requiring adjusted attention to unfamiliar sounds, potentially indicating emerging threats. Multiple approach vectors necessitated comprehensive coverage rather than concentrated observation position, typically established during standard camping procedures. Eli completed final security verification before retiring for necessary rest cycle, confirming personnel positioning, communication protocols, emergency response procedures. Though delegating operational authority to designated watch personnel, his responsibility for caravan safety remained constant, consideration requiring appropriate preparation regardless of apparent security conditions. The abandoned settlement offered valuable shelter opportunity while simultaneously presenting unfamiliar environment, requiring adjusted awareness compared to their typical overnight arrangements. Wake me immediately for any anomalous observations, regardless of apparent significance, he instructed, before retiring to designated rest area within central building. Particular attention to sounds from unoccupied structures or movement patterns not matching scheduled watch rotation. Maintain regular communication checks between observation positions throughout night rotation. While most caravan personnel sought necessary rest within the relative comfort of structural shelter, watch rotation maintained vigilant observation throughout deepening night. The settlement transformed under darkness, shadows creating new geometries across weathered structures, occasional debris shifting with gentle wind movements, distant wasteland sounds carrying with deceiving clarity through cool night air. Each watch position maintained professional discipline despite these atmospheric conditions, distinguishing between normal environmental factors and potential security concerns through experienced perception developed across countless similar situations. 3 hours into established night cycle, Isabel assumed scheduled watch position within elevated northwestern corner of central building. Optimal observation location identified during initial security assessment. Her medical specialization didn't preclude security responsibility within their operational structure. All personnel maintained fundamental defensive capabilities regardless of primary function. Watch rotation incorporating complete team to ensure adequate rest cycles while maintaining comprehensive security coverage. Her attention remained appropriately divided between exterior approaches visible through carefully positioned observation ports and interior spaces requiring monitoring despite apparent emptiness. The abandoned settlement maintained expectedly quiet conditions. Occasional Brahmin vocalizations from designated corral area, subtle sounds of sleeping personnel from communal rest section, wind movements creating various acoustic patterns as air circulated through partially deteriorated structures surrounding their position. Approaching midnight, according to her maintained timekeeping, Isabel noticed subtle anomaly worthy of heightened attention. Faint metallic sound from previously cleared storage room adjacent to main occupation area. The noise presented characteristics inconsistent with simple structural settling or wind-driven movement. Rhythmic quality suggesting potentially deliberate causation rather than random environmental interaction, though potentially explained through mundane factors. Operational protocols required investigation of unexplained anomalies, regardless of apparent significance. Following established procedure for potential security concerns, Isabel signaled Thomas maintaining exterior perimeter watch. Simple communication indicating potential interior situation requiring secondary verification without specifying details that might be intercepted by hostile observation. Their practiced coordination resulted in Thomas initiating appropriate approach, while Isabel maintained observation position, covering both potential concern location and broader security parameters. The storage room revealed nothing immediately visible when Thomas conducted careful entry with appropriate tactical positioning. Empty shelving units standing in ordered arrangement. Floor cleared during earlier occupation preparation. Ceiling apparently intact, without compromise points allowing external access. His systematic inspection identified no obvious explanation for reported sound, though confirming Isabel's assessment that configuration allowed no simple environmental cause for metallic noise character she had detected. Continuing monitoring with heightened attention, Thomas confirmed after completing inspection, maintaining professional assessment without dismissing observation despite absence of identified cause. Possible mechanical systems still partially functional within wall, infrastructure, or below flooring. Alternatively, potential small creature movement through concealed access point not visible during inspection. This measured response exemplified their security protocols. Unexplained observations receiving appropriate investigation without excessive reaction. Reasonable hypotheses considered while maintaining vigilance for alternative explanations. Team coordination ensuring comprehensive coverage while investigating potential concerns. Neither dismissing unexplained phenomena nor creating unnecessary alarm, their approach balanced appropriate caution with practical assessment based on extensive wasteland experience. The night continued its gradual progression, watch rotation maintaining vigilant observation without further unexplained occurrences. Stars wheeled slowly overhead, constellations tracking ancient paths unchanged by nuclear reshaping of the world below, their light offering both practical navigation reference and philosophical perspective regarding humanity's brief existence against cosmic timeframes. The abandoned settlement remained peacefully quiet beneath this celestial procession, its empty structures standing as mute testimony to human aspiration and subsequent departure. Approximately 2 hours before dawn, with night reaching its deepest stillness before gradual transition toward morning, Maya assumed scheduled watch position following established rotation protocol. Her extensive security experience created instinctive environmental assessment, automatically categorizing normal conditions while identifying potential anomalies requiring attention. Background awareness mapping defensive options within unfamiliar location. Threat assessment considering both typical wasteland hazards and situation-specific considerations relevant to abandoned settlement, occupation. During systematic observation cycle, she noticed subtle movement within darkened doorway of building opposite their central position. Brief shadow displacement inconsistent with wind-driven environmental factors, though potentially attributable to small wasteland creature seeking shelter within abandoned structure. Operational discipline required treating all unexplained observations as potential security concerns until definitively identified through proper investigation. Following established protocol for potential external security situation, Maya initiated appropriate response sequence, activating silent alert notification for personnel maintaining additional watch positions, implementing predetermined signal pattern informing Eli of potential situation requiring leadership assessment, ensuring continued comprehensive security coverage while addressing specific concern through focused attention. Eli responded with practiced efficiency despite transition from rest cycle, emerging from designated sleeping area without creating unnecessary noise, receiving situation briefing through minimal communication sufficient for operational coordination, implementing appropriate response based on presented information and established protocols. Their coordinated functionality demonstrated professional partnership developed through countless shared experiences. Communication efficiently conveying necessary information without requiring elaborate explanation. Thomas and I will investigate while you maintain overwatch from elevated position, Eli directed after receiving situation assessment. Standard approach protocol with priority on identification rather than engagement. Alert remainder of security team for heightened awareness without disturbing general personnel unless situation develops requiring broader response. Their approach toward the building where movement had been observed followed tactical discipline developed through extensive field experience. utilizing available cover during advancement, maintaining appropriate spacing, preventing single engagement affecting both team members. Movement conducted with minimal sound generation despite necessary speed, ensuring timely response. Maya provided overwatch from elevated position, prepared to deliver supporting intervention if investigation revealed genuine threat requiring immediate response. Upon reaching structure entrance, Eli and Thomas implemented standard clearing protocol, a methodical approach prioritizing thorough assessment over rapid advancement, coordinated positioning ensuring comprehensive spatial coverage, communication maintained through minimal signal system rather than verbal exchange that might alert potential hostiles to specific position. The building interior revealed standard layout typical of residential structure, appropriate to trading settlement. Common area transitioning to separated sleeping quarters, minimal furnishings remaining after abandonment. Structural integrity compromised through partial ceiling collapse, allowing limited starlight penetration through exposed sections. Their systematic inspection initially revealed no obvious explanation for observed movement. Empty rooms showing no signs of recent occupation. Floors maintaining dust patterns undisturbed by recent footprints. Remaining furnishings positioned consistently with abandoned status rather than current utilization. The investigation continued with professional thoroughness, checking closed storage spaces, inspecting structural compromised sections, potentially allowing access from adjacent buildings, verifying all interior spaces regardless of apparent emptiness. In furthest room from main entrance, Thomas identified anomalous configuration requiring closer inspection. Floor section showing subtle elevation difference compared to surrounding surface. Dust pattern indicating potential recent displacement, unlike settled arrangement throughout remainder of structure. Careful examination revealed concealed access panel, seemingly deliberately obscured storage space beneath floorboards, rather than standard architectural feature typical of similar building. Following established protocol for investigating concealed spaces in potentially hazardous environments, they implemented appropriate precautions, positioning for mutual coverage during access attempt, preparing defensive options if space contained hostile elements, ensuring communication link with external security remained functional throughout operation. Eli carefully displaced concealed panel, while Thomas maintained coverage position. Methodical movement minimizing noise generation while ensuring controlled access, preventing potential containment breach if hazardous materials present within storage space. As panel moved aside, revealing concealed space beneath floorboards, unexpected movement erupted from darkness. Mechanical rather than organic, programmed response rather than conscious action. A spherical object approximately 30 centimeters in diameter emerged with whirring activation sounds. Clearly technological artifact rather than living entity, though purpose initially unidentifiable through mere visual observation. Pre-war security device, Thomas identified immediately. Extensive field experience, providing rapid technological assessment despite unusual discovery circumstances. Maintenance unit variant rather than combat model. Automated system likely activated by our movement patterns after extended dormancy period. Minimal threat profile unless specifically modified from standard configuration. This assessment proved accurate as device completed activation sequence. Small illumination element activating with soft blue glow. Mechanical appendages extending from spherical housing. Movement pattern suggesting inspection function rather than attack positioning. The robot, clearly ancient pre-war design maintained through automated self-preservation protocols, conducted systematic scan of immediate environment before focusing detection systems toward human figures, now watching its activation with professional caution, balanced against technological curiosity. Maintenance precautional, mechanical, device announced in mechanical voice showing signal degradation through centuries of operational deterioration. Unauthorized personnel detected in restricted area. Please present identification or vacate premises according to Security Directive 12B. The situation, initially presenting potential security concern, transformed into technological curiosity. Pre-war security systems somehow maintaining minimal functionality through centuries of abandonment, activated by their investigation after presumably extended dormancy period. Though presenting no immediate threat given non-combat configuration, the device represented potentially valuable salvage opportunity, while simultaneously requiring appropriate handling, preventing unnecessary defense response activation. Interesting discovery, Eli noted with professional restraint despite obvious technological significance. Pre-war security system maintaining operational capacity despite settlement abandonment. Suggests organized departure rather than catastrophic evacuation. System deliberately secured beneath floorboards rather than destroyed or removed during departure. Potential value as trade good if extraction possible without triggering defense protocol. Thomas maintained security positioning while evaluating technological aspects with specialized knowledge developed through extensive field salvage experience. Appears standard Robco maintenance model with minimal modifications, likely programmed for security monitoring rather than active defense, given structural configuration and announcement protocols. Probability high for successful command override using standard field techniques without triggering operational deterioration. Their discovery represented unexpected opportunity, characteristic of wasteland travel. Valuable technological artifact discovered through routine security investigation, potential trade good acquisition beyond planned inventory, historical artifact providing insight into settlement operational history before abandonment. While maintaining appropriate security awareness, the situation clearly shifted from potential threat assessment to salvage opportunity evaluation, requiring adjusted approach, prioritizing technological preservation rather than neutralization. Implement standard salvage protocol for automated systems, Eli directed, after brief consideration weighing security implications against potential benefits. Priority on functional preservation rather than component harvesting. Document discovery location and circumstances according to established procedures. Coordinate with Maya for perimeter security maintenance while completing extraction operation. The pre-dawn hours transformed from routine security monitoring to specialized salvage operation. Thomas implementing technical protocols for automated system override while maintaining appropriate precautions preventing defensive response activation. Eli documenting discovery circumstances while coordinating continued security coverage. Maya maintaining comprehensive perimeter observation, ensuring operation proceeded without external interruption. Their coordinated functionality demonstrated operational flexibility, adapting to unexpected developments without compromising primary safety protocols or core mission parameters. By the time dawn light began strengthening across eastern horizon, the robot had been successfully extracted from concealed storage location and properly secured for transport. Power systems temporarily deactivated, preventing unintended activation during caravan movement. Mechanical components stabilized, preventing travel damage. Technical documentation completed. Recording discovery circumstances and preliminary operational assessment. The unexpected acquisition represented valuable addition to trading inventory, while simultaneously providing interesting historical artifact, potentially offering insight into settlement operational history before abandonment. As morning fully claimed the wasteland, transforming the abandoned settlement from mysterious nighttime environment to clearly visible collection of weathered structures, The caravan implemented standard departure procedures with practiced efficiency. Brahmin were prepared for travel, configuration, trading goods secured in appropriate transport arrangement, security team conducting final perimeter verification, ensuring nothing valuable remained behind, while confirming no unexpected developments had occurred in previously unoccupied structures. The settlement served its purpose well, Ely observed as final preparations neared completion. Shelter opportunity with unexpected acquisition bonus, worth documenting location for potential future utilization during subsequent trading operations through this territory. Maya nodded agreement while maintaining professional security assessment. Defensible position with adequate structural integrity for temporary occupation. Recommendation to maintain on approved shelter location registry with appropriate notation regarding autonomous system discovery, suggesting potential additional technological artifacts remaining undiscovered within other structures. Their shared evaluation exemplified balanced perspective, developed through extensive wasteland experience, recognizing valuable resource while maintaining practical assessment, acknowledging opportunity while documenting potentially relevant information for future operations, successful mission execution while preparing thoroughly for continuing journey. The abandoned settlement had provided temporary haven during necessary rest cycle while simultaneously yielding unexpected benefits through discovered technological artifacts. As the caravan departed, returning to established trading routes connecting scattered settlements throughout territories where NCR influence had grown increasingly tenuous, morning light revealed the abandoned trading post in stark clarity. Empty buildings standing in silent testimony to human presence once established and subsequently withdrawn. Temporary occupation leaving minimal evidence beyond faint footprints that desert wind would soon erase completely. The settlement would return to peaceful abandonment until next travelers sought temporary shelter within its weathered structures, perhaps discovering additional secrets still concealed within forgotten storage spaces or hidden compartments. We should reach Junction Settlement by late afternoon tomorrow if weather holds favorable, Eli noted as they established travel formation beyond settlement boundaries, professional focus shifting to continuing journey requirements now that departure had been successfully completed. Adequate trading opportunity expected given seasonal factors and reported caravan scheduling. The security robot should command premium exchange value if properly presented through appropriate trading channels. Their caravan continued across the wasteland with measured purpose. Experienced travelers navigating challenging territory through established protocols and practical knowledge. Temporary rest providing renewed capacity for continuing mission requirements. Unexpected discovery offering additional opportunity beyond planned operational parameters. The abandoned settlement gradually receded behind them, temporary haven returning to peaceful emptiness until next travelers sought shelter amid its weathered structures. While the caravan continues its journey through the wasteland's trading routes, elsewhere in the Mojave, the evening sun casts long shadows across an abandoned NCR checkpoint. A solitary figure stands beside a flagpole where a tattered banner still catches the desert breeze. An aging soldier who has remained at his post long after others departed. As our traders find temporary shelter in forgotten places, our next tale beckons from a lonely outpost where dedication proves stronger than abandonment. Join us for The Banner That Still Flies. The evening sun stretched long shadows across the Mojave, transforming the wasteland into a canvas of amber and deep blue. Light caught the weathered buildings of the abandoned checkpoint, painting their sun-bleached surfaces with momentary warmth that belied their emptiness. A gentle breeze carried dust particles through abandoned doorways and broken windows, the only movement visible beyond a solitary figure standing beside the central flagpole, where the faded colors of the new California Republic still rippled in the desert air. Sergeant Major Howard Reeves adjusted the collar of his worn NCR uniform, the fabric long since faded from its original khaki to the indeterminate color that characterized all materials exposed to years of Mojave sun. At 72, his posture remained military straight, despite the arthritis that troubled his joints during colder months. Weathered hands, marked by decades of service across changing territories, moved with practiced precision as he carefully lowered the flag, folding the fabric with ceremonial attention that would have satisfied the strictest drill instructor, back when such things still mattered. The checkpoint had once served as bustling gateway between NCR territories and outlying regions seeking protection from the vast republic. Guard rotations had maintained constant vigilance, processing travelers with bureaucratic thoroughness, verifying credentials and assessing tariffs according to regulations established hundreds of miles away in shady sands. Administrative buildings had housed clerks managing documentation with meticulous attention. Communications Center had maintained constant contact with other outposts along territorial boundaries. Barracks had sheltered rotating personnel whose presence represented NCR authority throughout expanding regions. Now dust gathered in abandoned offices. Wind moved freely through structures no longer serving official purpose. Filing cabinets stood empty after systematic evacuation of sensitive materials. Only the flagpole remained actively maintained, its metal surface cleaned of dust and occasional corrosion, its rigging checked weekly for potential wear, its flag replaced when necessary from dwindling supply secured in Reeves' private quarters. Another day concluded, Reeves noted to himself, completing the flag folding with precision earned through countless repetitions. His voice carried the comfortable rasp of age and desert living, though there remained something of the command presence that had once directed troops across contested territories. Weather holding fair, approximately 12% humidity, wind from southeast indicating continued stability through overnight hours. This spoken log, addressed to no one beyond himself, represented continuing observance of protocols established during active service, maintaining situational awareness through verbalized assessment, creating psychological structure through procedural routines, preserving professional discipline despite absence of institutional accountability. Though no official record remained to receive his observations, the practice itself served valuable purpose in maintaining determined routine amid abandonment. Securing the folded flag in protective container designed specifically for this purpose, Reeves conducted standard evening perimeter check, habit rather than necessity given the outpost's long-established abandonment, yet discipline maintained regardless of practical requirement. His movement followed patterns established through decades of military service. Efficient paths covering maximum observation area with minimum required travel. Systematic assessment noting any changes since previous inspection. Security considerations evaluated despite absence of genuine threat to unmanned installation. The checkpoint had been officially decommissioned 8 years earlier, part of strategic realignment, as NCR forces consolidated around territories deemed essential to Republic security. Personnel had been reassigned to positions closer to contracted borders, equipment relocated to outposts maintaining active status, administrative functions transferred to centralized processing centers established with greater efficiency than dispersed boundary operations permitted, an orderly withdrawal reflecting strategic necessity rather than defeat. Pragmatic decision balanced against available resources and identified priorities. Reeves had received reassignment orders, along with other personnel, advisory position at training facility established near Diamond City, respected role appropriate for senior non-commissioned officer with extensive field experience. Transportation arrangements had been established, replacement quarters allocated, transition timeline developed with characteristic NCR administrative thoroughness. Every practical consideration addressed through institutional processes designed to maintain operational functionality through personnel transition. Yet, when transport departed carrying other reassigned personnel toward new postings, Sergeant Major Howard Reeves remained at his station. Official documentation noting temporary extension for facility decommissioning oversight that had never received subsequent clarification, whether through administrative oversight or deliberate accommodation of veteran officers' unspoken preference. His continued presence had transformed from temporary assignment to permanent situation, without official acknowledgement or countermanding orders. His living quarters occupied former communications office space selected for practical considerations including intact roof, functional security measures, and proximity to water collection system he had modified for continuing operation despite facility decommissioning. Furnishings represented minimal necessity rather than comfort accommodation. Sleeping surface, storage containers for essential supplies, workspace for maintaining equipment still retained despite official evacuation of significant materials. Completing perimeter inspection with practiced efficiency, Reeves returned to these quarters as evening deepened toward true night. The room maintained military organization that would have satisfied inspection during active service. Bedding precisely arranged, clothing items properly stored, equipment positioned for both practical access and optimal spatial utilization. No inspection would ever evaluate this continuing discipline, yet standards remained undiminished despite absence of institutional accountability. His evening routine proceeded with consistent precision, rations prepared with methodical attention to balanced nutrition despite limited variety, water consumption carefully measured, maintaining conservation protocols established through desert deployment experience. Equipment maintenance conducted according to schedules developed during active service. Each activity represented continuing observance of military discipline, transformed into personal ritual through repetition without external reinforcement. As darkness claimed the checkpoint more fully, Reeves activated minimal illumination, single lamp powered through carefully maintained solar collection system he had personally modified after official power infrastructure deactivation during decommissioning process. The soft light created pool of visibility amid surrounding darkness, boundaries between maintained space and abandoned facility becoming more pronounced as night eliminated visual continuity beyond immediate environment. From secured storage compartment he retrieved journal maintained since initial assignment to this outpost 15 years earlier. Handwritten record containing daily observations, security assessments, and noteworthy developments throughout operational transition from active checkpoint to abandoned outpost. The practice had begun as official requirement during active service, transformed to personal discipline after decommissioning, continuing now as connection between past purpose and present solitude. Day 2921, since facility decommissioning. He wrote in measured script that maintained remarkable consistency despite aging eyes and increasing arthritis affecting his hands. Standard protocols observed without incident. Perimeter security maintained at acceptable levels considering resource limitations. Flag condition remains adequate despite increasing wear along southern edge. Replacement required within approximately 20 days based on deterioration rate, assuming standard weather conditions. This documentation, unlikely to ever receive official review, nonetheless represented important continuity, maintaining professional standards despite institutional abandonment. creating structured framework connecting daily activities to broader purpose, preserving methodical assessment developed through military service and applied to continuing situation despite altered circumstances. The journal contained thousands of similar entries, daily records transforming gradually from official operational documentation to personal narrative as institutional context disappeared through decommissioning process. Early entries detailed guard rotations, traveler processing statistics, and administrative coordination with other outposts. Middle period recorded systematic withdrawal of personnel and equipment during decommissioning implementation. Recent years documented solitary maintenance of abandoned facility, particularly the flag, that had become symbolic focus of continuing presence amid institutional withdrawal. Completing journal entry with same attention given to all official documentation, Reeves secured the record in appropriate storage before continuing evening routine. From beneath sleeping surface, he retrieved wooden case containing personal sidearm, 9mm pistol, maintained in immaculate condition despite age and limited replacement parts availability. The weapon represented both practical security consideration and symbolic connection to military service that had defined his adult life before solitary assignment transformed into personal mission. Disassembly proceeded with practiced movements requiring no conscious thought, components separated with precise motions, each piece examined with thorough attention, cleaning conducted according to procedures established through decades of military service. Though ammunition remained carefully rationed given limited resupply opportunity, maintenance continued with undiminished discipline. Operational readiness preserved despite minimal practical application beyond occasional wasteland predator deterrence when perimeter patrols encountered territorial incursion. With weapon maintenance completed and components reassembled with practiced precision, Reeves conducted final security verification before sleep cycle, checking entrance securing mechanisms, confirming water collection system functionality, verifying emergency equipment accessibility if unexpected situation developed during night hours. These precautions represented continuing observance of military protocols, despite minimal practical threat to abandoned facility, containing little of value beyond symbolic significance, maintained through one man's determined presence. As he prepared for sleep cycle, subtle sound caught his attention. Movement beyond normal environmental patterns. Distinctive footsteps approaching along main access route, rather than wind-blown debris or nocturnal wildlife wandering through abandoned structures. Without apparent alarm, he retrieved recently maintained sidearm and positioned himself with optimal observation angle through specially modified window security protocols, implemented with automatic efficiency, developed through decades of military discipline. Moonlight revealed 3 figures approaching checkpoint entrance, civilian attire rather than military uniform or raider gear, movement suggesting purposeful travel rather than hostile approach, equipment profiles indicating traders or wasteland travelers rather than organized threat force. Their pace suggested awareness of destination rather than exploratory wandering, direction indicating deliberate approach to checkpoint rather than coincidental passage nearby. Reeves observed their approach with professional assessment rather than paranoid suspicion, recognizing potential opportunity rather than assuming hostile intent, maintaining security awareness without escalating situation through premature defensive positioning. His extended solitude had not diminished fundamental military judgment developed throughout operational career. Distinction between genuine threat and civilian interaction maintained, despite limited recent application of this discernment. The travelers paused at checkpoint boundary, apparently discussing facility condition and potential exploration plans. Their conversation carried clearly through quiet desert night, words suggesting curiosity regarding abandoned NCR outpost rather than specific knowledge of continuing occupation. After brief consultation, they approached administrative building that had once served as primary processing center for travelers entering NCR territories. Structure standing empty since decommissioning, yet remaining most prominent feature within checkpoint configuration. Reeves continued observation with professional patience, allowing situation development without immediate intervention, assessing intentions through observed behavior rather than assumptive interpretation, maintaining response options while avoiding premature engagement that might unnecessarily escalate peaceful interaction into potential conflict. Though isolation had defined recent years, fundamental protocols regarding civilian contact remained operational within his disciplined approach to unexpected developments. The travelers entered administrative building through unlocked entrance, illumination from their equipment briefly visible through broken windows as they explored abandoned structure. Their movement suggested standard wasteland salvage assessment rather than deliberate vandalism, checking potential resources with practical evaluation rather than destructive interference, cursory examination rather than systematic dismantling. After approximately 20 minutes of interior exploration, they emerged, carrying minor salvage items apparently recovered from overlooked storage areas, office materials and basic supplies rather than significant equipment or valuable technology. Upon emerging, one traveler noticed something unexpected. Flag container secured near primary flagpole, obvious anomaly within otherwise abandoned facility. This discovery prompted closer examination, conversation between travelers indicating confusion regarding maintained equipment amid general abandonment. Their attention shifted from salvage opportunity to investigative curiosity, approaching flagpole with obvious interest regarding evidence of potential continuing occupation within otherwise evacuated outpost. Reeves recognized appropriate interaction point. Allowing further undirected exploration might create unnecessary security complications, while continuing observation without acknowledgement could transform casual curiosity into more determined investigation. With practiced efficiency, he secured quarters and proceeded toward Checkpoint Center, where travelers now examined flagpole area with obvious interest. His approach deliberate rather than concealed, movement indicating non-hostile intent, while maintaining appropriate security awareness. This facility remains official property of the New California Republic, he announced upon reaching appropriate distance for verbal communication without unnecessarily aggressive proximity. His voice carried military authority developed through decades of command experience, though tone remained conversational rather than confrontational. Abandoned status does not indicate unrestricted salvage authorization. Identify yourselves and explain your presence at this location. The travelers responded with surprised but non-threatening posture, clearly unexpected development finding, occupied presence within facility they had assumed completely abandoned. Though reacting with cautious respect rather than defensive hostility. The apparent leader, a woman in her late 30s wearing practical wasteland traveling clothes, stepped forward with careful movement, avoiding threatening appearance. Diane Spencer, independent trader operating between Goodsprings and outlying settlements. She introduced herself with respectful directness. Traveling with my associates Marcus and Elijah, we believed this checkpoint decommissioned according to information from other travelers. No intention to violate NCR property restrictions, merely seeking potential overnight shelter before continuing journey tomorrow. We'll depart immediately if location remains restricted access. Reeves assessed this explanation with professional judgment developed through countless similar interactions during active service. Vocal patterns suggesting truthful statement rather than deceptive cover, equipment configuration supporting trading operation rather than disguised raider activity. Overall presentation consistent with legitimate wasteland travelers seeking temporary shelter rather than determined salvage operation targeting abandoned military installation. Facility decommissioned for operational purposes 8 years ago, he confirmed with factual accuracy that neither confirmed nor denied his official status. Security oversight continues under limited protocol implementation. Temporary shelter utilization permitted for civilian travelers under appropriate behavioral restrictions. No salvage authorization without specific documentation from NCR administrative authority. This response balanced practical accommodation against maintained authority, allowing reasonable shelter opportunity consistent with NCR's historical relationship with legitimate wasteland travel, while establishing clear boundaries regarding property respect and continuing official presence, despite reduced operational status. The careful phrasing acknowledged facility decommissioning, while implying continuing official purpose, rather than revealing personal nature of his ongoing presence, without institutional authorization. Diane received this information with evident relief tempered by appropriate respect for established boundaries. Appreciate the accommodation, sir. Will return salvaged items to original locations and observe all restrictions during temporary shelter utilization. Been traveling 10 days from southern territories. Unexpected rad storm forced route deviation through less familiar terrain than our standard trading path. With appropriate authorization established, the situation transformed from potential security concern to managed civilian interaction. Reeves directing travelers toward appropriate shelter structure while ensuring clear understanding regarding restricted areas and behavioral expectations. The administrative building they had initially explored received official designation as temporary accommodation space, structure maintaining adequate shelter capability without containing sensitive materials or equipment requiring security protection, beyond standard property respect. As travelers established temporary camp within designated space, Reeves maintained professional oversight without unnecessary interference, preserving appropriate authority relationship while avoiding oppressive monitoring that might create unnecessary tension during otherwise cooperative interaction. This balanced approach reflected fundamental NCR philosophy regarding civilian relations that had characterized his military service before isolated assignment. Transformed official duty into personal missions centered around continuing flag maintenance amid institutional withdrawal. Diane approached after essential shelter arrangements had been completed, professional courtesy suggesting appropriate acknowledgement of accommodation beyond merely utilizing permitted space without further interaction. Haven't seen active NCI personnel this far east in nearly 2 years, she noted with conversational respect rather than interrogative presumption. Most checkpoints standing empty since territorial realignment. Boundary markers without maintenance. Official presence concentrated around major settlements rather than outlying regions. Strategic realignment prioritizes resource allocation according to territorial significance assessment. Reeves responded with carefully measured explanation, reflecting official position rather than personal situation. Limited personnel deployment necessitates operational concentration rather than dispersed positioning. Certain installations maintain minimal presence for strategic continuity, despite reduced operational status. This explanation, technically accurate while functionally misleading, preserved proper military information discipline without requiring direct falsehood regarding his unauthorized continuing presence. The careful phrasing implied official assignment rather than personal choice, institutional purpose rather than individual determination, strategic value rather than symbolic significance. Maintaining single flag amid abandoned outpost, otherwise surrendered to wasteland reclamation. Conversation continued with measured exchange, Reeves inquiring about territorial conditions along trading routes where official information no longer reached abandoned checkpoint. Diane providing general assessment without compromising specific details that might prove sensitive if shared beyond appropriate contexts. This information exchange reflected mutual respect within defined boundaries, professional courtesy without presumptive familiarity, useful communication without security compromise. NCR presence has contracted significantly throughout Eastern Territories, Diane explained, in response to appropriately general inquiry. Military patrols concentrated around remaining settlements, acknowledging Republic authority. Administrative functions centralized rather than distributed through regional outposts. Tax collection limited to major trading operations rather than comprehensive coverage attempted during expansion period. Still significant compared to other wasteland factions, but noticeably reduced from peak territorial presence. Reeves received this information with professional neutrality masking personal significance. External confirmation of developments observed through increasingly limited official communication during years following checkpoint decommissioning. Though already aware of NCR's strategic consolidation through occasional radio transmissions and infrequent encounters with passing military patrols, hearing direct civilian assessment provided additional perspective regarding practical impact beyond official policy statements occasionally received through remaining communication channels. Republic adjusts operational parameters according to resource availability and strategic priorities, he noted with measured perspective, reflecting both military understanding and philosophical acceptance. Territorial fluctuation represents practical reality rather than ideological abandonment. Core principles remain operational despite implementation adaptation to changing circumstances. This assessment reflected personal philosophy developed throughout military career and refined during isolated service, maintaining abandoned outposts. Recognition of institutional limitations without surrendering fundamental principles. Acceptance of strategic necessity without abandoning symbolic significance. Practical adaptation without philosophical compromise. The continuing flag above empty checkpoint embodied this perspective. Acknowledgement of territorial withdrawal while maintaining symbolic presence, representing values rather than merely physical occupation. As evening deepened toward full night, travelers retired to designated shelter area, while Reeves returned to personal quarters. Interaction concluded with appropriate boundaries maintained throughout civilian contact. Though unexpected development within otherwise isolated routine, the encounter had proceeded according to established protocols, despite absence of institutional oversight ensuring procedural compliance. Professional standards remained operational through internalized discipline rather than external enforcement, characteristic that had defined his military service before isolation transformed duty into personal mission. Morning arrived with characteristic Mojave clarity. Harsh sunlight revealing landscape details obscured during night hours. Temperature beginning steady climb that would eventually reach uncomfortable levels. Visibility extending toward distant horizons, unobstructed by atmospheric interference common in other wasteland regions. Reeves activated with disciplined adherence to established schedule despite adjusted circumstances created by unexpected visitors. Morning routine maintained with minor adaptations accommodating civilian presence within otherwise isolated outpost. Flag raising proceeded with ceremonial attention, matching previous evening's lowering. Fabric unfolded with careful precision, attachment secured with methodical verification, ensuring proper display throughout day's exposure to environmental factors. Raising conducted at measured pace, appropriate to respectful protocol rather than merely functional necessity. Though no official observation evaluated this continuing ceremony, standards remained undiminished, through personal discipline replacing institutional accountability. The travelers emerged from temporary shelter as this ceremony concluded, observing with respectful silence that acknowledged significance without requiring explanation beyond evident military protocol. Their presence created unusual audience for ritual normally conducted without observation. External validation rarely available during years of isolated service, maintaining symbolic presence amid abandoned outposts. Been a long time since I've seen proper flag ceremony, Marcus commented, as Reeves secured raising mechanism upon completion. Unlike many wasteland inhabitants whose knowledge of pre-war or early NCR protocols had diminished through generational distance, his observations suggested personal familiarity with military procedures rather than merely witnessing unfamiliar ritual. My father served with NCR forces during Eastern Expansion period, 3rd Infantry Division, until medical discharge after Hoover Dam deployment. He maintained similar respect for proper protocol throughout civilian life following military service. Reeves acknowledged this connection with professional appreciation, recognizing shared understanding regarding ceremonial significance beyond merely functional activity, values represented through continued observance despite changed circumstances surrounding original institutional context. Protocol maintains connection between individual service and broader purpose, he noted with measured perspective reflecting both military discipline and philosophical foundation. Standards represent values rather than merely procedural requirements. Their observance preserves essential principles despite changing operational parameters. This exchange, brief yet meaningful within otherwise routine morning activities, represented rare opportunity for values articulation normally confined to personal reflection rather than shared understanding. Though isolation had become defining characteristic of his continuing service, fundamental principles remained unchanged from periods when institutional context provided external validation through shared observance among military personnel collectively implementing established procedures. As travelers prepared for departure following temporary shelter utilization, Diane approached with professional courtesy, appropriate for concluding interaction following permitted accommodation. Appreciate the shelter authorization, she acknowledged with respectful directness characteristic of successful wasteland trader, balancing appropriate deference against practical independence. We'll be passing this location approximately monthly if regular trading route remains viable. Anything we might bring during future transit that would prove useful for continuing security operations. The inquiry presented both practical opportunity and potential complication. Genuine resupply assistance would prove valuable, given limited acquisition options following checkpoint decommissioning, yet accepting obvious personal support might compromise implied official status he had carefully maintained throughout interaction. Balancing these considerations required response, acknowledging practical reality while preserving appropriate professional boundaries. Established during initial authorization exchange. Standard supply acquisition remains adequate through established channels, he responded with measured assessment balancing factual limitation against professional protocol. However, coffee represents perpetual shortage within standard allocation parameters. Supplemental provision would receive appropriate appreciation if trading inventory permits occasional diversion without compromising primary operational requirements. This carefully phrased request acknowledged practical need while maintaining professional framework. Specific item requested, without creating dependency relationship that might compromise authority position. Appreciation expressed without establishing personal obligation transcending appropriate military-civilian interaction boundaries. Institutional language preserved, despite fundamentally personal nature underlying continuing presence at abandoned checkpoint. Diane received this request with appropriate understanding, recognizing both practical significance and maintained professional boundaries within seemingly innocuous coffee reference. Should be manageable within standard inventory parameters, she confirmed with matching formality, demonstrating respect for established interaction framework. Will include appropriate quantity during next scheduled transit through this location, assuming route conditions permit continued utilization. With departure preparations completed and interaction protocols appropriately concluded, the travelers continued their journey along established trading route, checkpoint, returning to familiar isolation that had characterized years following official decommissioning. Reeves observed their departure with professional assessment rather than emotional response to resume solitude, noting travel direction, equipment configuration, an estimated transit timeline with habitual attention to environmental awareness, maintained throughout military service and continuing through isolated assignment at a returning to standard protocols following visitor departure. He conducted morning perimeter inspection with unchanged discipline. Methodical assessment identifying any alterations resulting from temporary civilian presence. Security verification ensuring no unintended consequences developed through authorized shelter utilization. Facility condition documentation, maintaining continuous record despite minimal practical significance beyond personal mission fulfillment. The checkpoint resumed normal operational status, defined by single occupant maintaining military discipline without institutional oversight, enforcing standard procedural compliance. Throughout the morning hours, Reeves implemented established maintenance schedule, addressing highest priority requirements within limited resource availability. Structural reinforcement preventing further deterioration of flagpole foundation, water collection system. Adjustment improving efficiency through modified component positioning. Security enhancement, addressing vulnerability identified during previous days' unexpected civilian approach. Each activity reflected continuing commitment to facility maintenance despite official abandonment. Personal mission preserving symbolic presence, represented through continuing flag display above otherwise empty checkpoint. As midday sun reached maximum elevation, casting minimal shadows across the outpost's weathered structures, he paused briefly near central flagpole, observing faded fabric moving gently through desert breeze. Colors still recognizable despite inevitable deterioration through environmental exposure. The flag represented more than merely territorial claim or institutional authority, embodying principles and values transcending physical occupation or administrative jurisdiction, connection between individual service and collective purpose, maintained through personal discipline when institutional presence had withdrawn from outlying regions. Still flying, he noted with quiet satisfaction, balancing professional reserve against personal significance. Principles remain operational despite implementation adaptation. Standards preserved through individual commitment when institutional presence requires strategic consolidation. The flag continues above abandoned checkpoint, symbol rather than merely territorial marker, values rather than merely administrative designation. This philosophical assessment, spoken without audience beyond personal acknowledgement, represented core motivation underlying continued presence at decommissioned outpost, maintaining symbolic representation when practical operation had concluded through strategic necessity, preserving values display when territorial authority had contracted through resource limitations, individual service continuing when institutional presence had withdrawn through pragmatic realignment. The flag represented connection between foundational principles and continuing commitment despite changed circumstances surrounding original military assignment. Afternoon proceeded with established routine. Maintenance activities conducted according to prioritized schedule. security protocols implemented despite minimal practical threat, documentation maintained with disciplined consistency, regardless of absent institutional review. These activities represented continuing observance of military standards, transformed into personal mission, professional discipline maintained through internalized values rather than external accountability, purpose preserved through symbolic representation rather than operational necessity. As evening approached once more, bringing gradual cooling to desert landscape dominated by harsh sunlight throughout daylight hours, Reeves prepared for standard flag-lowering ceremony, concluding daily display cycle. His approach toward central flagpole carried ceremonial formality transcending merely functional necessity, posture reflecting military bearing developed through decades of service, movement demonstrating disciplined precision despite absence of observing authority, protocol observance maintaining standards despite isolated implementation without institutional context. The flag descended with measured pace matching established procedure, fabric gathered with careful attention preventing ground contact, folding conducted with precise movements creating proper triangular configuration, storage container prepared with appropriate protection against environmental factors during overnight hours. Though performed without audience beyond personal commitment, the ceremony maintained exact standards that would have satisfied inspection during active service periods, when institutional accountability evaluated procedural compliance. Securing properly folded flag within protective container, Reeves surveyed abandoned checkpoint as evening shadows lengthened across weathered structures. Administrative buildings standing empty since personnel reassignment, guard posts unmanned since security operations concluded through decommissioning directive. Residential quarters unoccupied since final transport departed carrying other personnel toward new assignments within contracted NCR territories. Yet, amid general abandonment, specific evidence of continuing maintenance remained visible. Flagpoles standing straight despite harsh environmental conditions. Central plaza cleared of accumulated debris. Essential pathways maintained without encroaching wasteland vegetation. These indicators demonstrated ongoing human presence amid otherwise evacuated facility. Single individual maintaining standards when institutional implementation had withdrawn through strategic necessity. Personal mission continuing when official assignment had concluded through administrative decision. Day 2922, since facility decommissioning, he would write in evening journal entry, maintaining documentation discipline with unchanged commitment, flag displayed according to established protocols, temporary civilian shelter authorization implemented without incident, traders continuing toward northern settlements following overnight accommodation, maintenance activities addressed, flagpole foundation reinforcement and water collection system efficiency enhancement, security parameters maintained at acceptable levels considering resource limitations. This continuing record, unlikely to receive official review yet maintained with professional thoroughness, represented ongoing connection between personal discipline and institutional standards, despite separation through official decommissioning and personnel reassignment. The journal documented individual commitment extending beyond organizational presence, values maintained through personal implementation when institutional structure had withdrawn through strategic realignment necessity. As night settled more fully across the abandoned checkpoint, transforming distinct structures into shadowed suggestions amid encompassing darkness, Reeves completed evening security verification before retiring to quarters for necessary rest cycle. The outpost stood quiet beneath desert stars, buildings empty except for single occupant maintaining military discipline without external reinforcement. Flag secured until morning, raising ceremony, would once again display faded colors above otherwise abandoned facility. Symbolic presence preserved through individual commitment when organizational deployment had contracted through resource limitation. The new California Republic had withdrawn from this outpost through strategic necessity. Forces consolidated around territories deemed essential to Republic security, personnel reassigned to positions serving adjusted priorities, administrative functions transferred to centralized operations, following resource optimization protocols. Yet one flag continued flying above abandoned checkpoint, maintained through individual determination when institutional presence had departed, preserved through personal discipline when organizational structure had relocated, symbolic values displayed when territorial authority had contracted. Sergeant Major Howard Reeves would maintain his self-assigned post through coming days with unchanged commitment, raising and lowering the flag according to proper protocol, implementing maintenance procedures preserving essential facilities, documenting continuing service through journal entries unlikely to receive official review. His presence represented continuity amid withdrawal, principles preserved through individual implementation when institutional expression had contracted through practical necessity, symbolic representation maintained when territorial authority had adjusted through strategic realignment. The banner would continue flying above abandoned checkpoint, not through official authorization or institutional maintenance, but through personal commitment transcending organizational withdrawal. Individual service preserved symbolic representation when practical operation had concluded, values displayed through continuing observance despite changed circumstances surrounding original military assignment. One flag remained above empty buildings. Principles maintained through personal discipline when institutional presence had departed through strategic necessity. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.